Testing, 1, 2, 3. What's going on, fellow rogues? It's Mass Mayor here, and welcome in for the Spongebob Squarepants DLC for Powerwash Simulator, which, as I've said previously, I'm not the most insanely versed on Spongebob Squarepants, but I feel this would be like a fun one for my viewers. Because I'm actually, I know more about this than I know about Warhammer, so I at least want to kind of go in and do that and everything. And I did say, like, some time ago I wanted to go in and welcome in PogChamp. Welcome in PogChamp, Amber, Sammy, as well as Jeremy. But yeah, so basically, like I said, I don't know a whole lot about SpongeBob outside of like a few episodes I watched back in the day that I probably don't really remember all the details of. I know there's like one episode I watched where like there was this guy that was on like this big TV. It was like a live action dude that suddenly just turned around and started making out with himself or whatever, and had like a bunch of kids. So it's kind of like the degree of randomness that you figure I would have like got more into, but it's just for some reason I never actually really sat down and watched a whole lot of SpongeBob. And I have at times kind of gotten in jokes about dissing it and everything, but it's never been outright, disrespect towards the show. I love the randomness of it. Basically, it kind of like gives me like vibes similar to what I've seen in like The Amazing World of Gumball. And that, that show is just purely about just so much randomness and craziness that happens with that. And I've seen like a little more of, Gumball than I have of, SpongeBob. But I want to go and do this, for those who actually do like the series. And obviously if there's any references I'm missing, you guys can kind of clue me in on them. Plus, I know more about this than I know about Warhammer, at least. I mean, I know, like, the memes, like, SpongeGar, and as I said before, there's different times that I've actually quoted, Krusty Krab is unfair, to blame something that happened in the game. If I've, at times I'm not blaming Big D43 for something. But yeah, it's one of those series I've had, like, a lot of respect for. I've jokingly made fun of it at times, but never had any, actually disrespect towards it. But I want to get in on it tonight. It seemed like it was going to be pretty awesome. Welcome in, Eldronox. It seems like it's just going to be pretty fun from, like, just that graphic standpoint of it. Because, like I said, the Wallace and Gromit one, absolutely loved that. How it actually kind of had that little claymation style to it. It makes it seem like you were in an episode of Wallace and Gromit. Alice's Adventures had its own vibe, just everything being, like, all these crazy colors. So, in Back to the Future, that one, it was just kind of like interesting in the sense of it making it seem like you weren't even actually, part of the movie, but you were part of, like, the cleanup crew for the filming of the movie. But after we finish this one up, which I'm hoping I can do maybe in one go tonight, Next week we're gonna be doing the Final Fantasy DLC, which I did start previously, but I want to go and do like a full dedicated episode to it. Originally, I was gonna wait until I played Remake, but that's probably not gonna be till next year that I finally play Final Fantasy Remake or 7 Remake. For those who don't know, I've never actually beaten any Final Fantasy game, but it's something that's definitely on my to-do list to actually do. Probably like the one game I probably put the most time in outside of 10. It's probably 15. Because 10, I think I got up to like the second battle with Seymour. It was the one where pretty much, he brought your Aeons in. He'd immediately just death awaits you them. But Final Fantasy 7 is the one I want to start with, because that's the most famous one. But yeah. So, with that being said, we're going to go and get on into this. Because I'm really excited, do this, even though I'm not the most versed on SpongeBob. But it's going to be pretty cool to kind of see where this goes. So, we're starting with Con Street, which, of course, is the street that SpongeBob and Squidward and them, live on. I know that. And SpongeBob himself actually has given me the job. I know I can't do his voice, so I know I'm going to butcher it, guys. Just bear with me. It is a power washer. Boy, are we glad you're here. We all woke up this morning and find our houses completely covered in dirt, and none of us can figure out how. Yeah, this sucks. Just go with it, okay? I mean, I probably botched this more than I did the Wallace accent, last stream. Absolutely nothing amazing happened last night, except for the surprise birthday party for my pet snail, Gary. It was amazing. Everyone showed up, even the 2 worms from Rock Bottom, and the sea monkeys, and Dennis. We probably made the most mess by anyone, ever. But we definitely cleaned up afterwards. Or did I fall asleep and dream that bit? Anyway, our neighbor Squidward blames us. Doesn't he always blame SpongeBob for everything? Squidward blames us. He's like the Eeyore of SpongeBob, from what I can gather. He says that if his house isn't clean by the time he gets home from making comedy history at the gala, then you do something that we'll all regret. Okay, never mind. I forgot. Yeah. Bad comparison. Eeyore is always like the laid back, one from, as far as like Winnie the Pooh's, friends, but never actually really is outright, hostile towards anyone. Squidward's just is kind of an ass. All right, if you clean all 3, we'll give you all the Krabby Patties you can eat. I'm sure Mr. Krabs won't mind, maybe. Well, maybe if I get some Krusty Krabs pizza, we're on. All right, I'm really curious as how this is going to look. Who knows? Maybe, of course, if I end up getting dislikes on my stream, for those of who don't know what's going on, we'll just blame Plankton. Okay, wow, okay, yeah, this is definitely a visual trip. This is definitely a treat. Wait a minute. They took my trident. They took my trident sprayer. Well, that's weird. Whatever. I guess we're going to have to make do. Oh my god, this is... Alright. Trying to see, whose house would this be? Would this be, Patrick's? Wait, you can go inside? Okay, that's pretty cool. What about Squidward's? Can we do this? You figure you could have done this thing with Squidward's, but that was pretty neat. Just the sound it makes. Alright, so we can only flip open, Patrick's house. Okay, so either way. I also gotta start with SpongeBob's.
I think the dirt came here because it wanted to.
This is Patrick. Oh, this is gonna be a nightmare, Rogues. Yeah, I'm not used to this. Oof. Wait, hold on. Huh?
If I was dirt, I'd want to live here, and I want all my friends to live here with me.
I know I'm not doing the best Patrick voice either, but here's one I can probably nail a little bit better than SpongeBob's. Alright, so yeah, this is definitely going to take some getting used. They took my trident away from me, and I worked hard to earn that, in story mode, but oh no, we can't use it here. Why? I can't use my trident because I think I'm a Poseidon or something? They think I'm like the king of the sea? I think I'm probably a little bit too short for that. But I definitely am kind of digging the whole vibe of it, the whole cell shaded thing. It actually does make it seem like you're in the cartoon. Like I said, it kind of makes me think a lot of what what happened with Wallace and Gromit. I'm just not happy about the fact they took my trident away from me. I had it for everything else or whatever. I don't know why they didn't give it to me for this one. But I think what I've heard as well, I think what I remember reading is that this is actually the first official DLC for related to SpongeBob in a game. I think it's pretty cool. I think that's what they said. That this was like the first DLC related to SpongeBob. Like in a game that's not based around SpongeBob. But again, this does like keep on continuing, like make me hopeful, like for some pretty cool stuff we'll get for Power Simulator 2. And that's the reason I wanted to go ahead and do like the Midgard pack next week, if I can go ahead and finish this up tonight, just because that way I can when I go like when Power Simulator 2 comes out, like me and my friends are going to start on that. I mean, depending on how things are going to go with Grounded 2, because we're going to be doing that later this month. Subnautica 2, don't even get me started on stuff about that, guys. There was a plan for us to stream Subnautica 2, but just going to say we're going to kind of wait and see how things go. There's some stuff that's happened recently that's definitely been frustrating. I'm not trying to, like, rule everything out for it, but some questionable things that have gone on regarding, like, the devs of Subnautica 2. But I would like to play it, but, again, some things that have happened that have kind of frustrated me. But, Grounded 2, we're definitely on course to start that, but it would be nice for us to, if we aren't like finished with Grounded 2 by the time Power Simulator 2 comes out, which we're not going to be, of course, but it's all based around what content they have available at the start. We may be like kind of swapping out Grounded 2 for Powerwash Simulator 2, or we may actually play one, depending on, like, we'll just kind of have to see how it goes. I mean, I know it's going to be like rough on everyone, like to try to do two multiplayer streams in a day, so we're definitely not going that route. But mainly, I kind of like want it to be that either we get done with like what they have of like Grounded 2, like by the time Power Simulator 2 comes out, or like we kind of like just maybe like swap things out, or where maybe pick like one day of the week where we can do one and then the other. Well, actually, no. What am I thinking? I'm so stupid. I play Powerwash Simulator on Wednesdays already. We can just do Powerwash Simulator 2 on Wednesdays if everyone's up to it. Okay, crisis averted. I don't know what I was thinking right there. Yeah, I'll automatically do like Powerwash Simulator 2 is like my, for my little chill day for Wednesdays alongside my retro stuff. So, or Power Simulator, do that, for Wednesday. So we'll just maybe try to do that like, on Wednesdays, like get everyone group up. Of course, obviously, it's one of those things where, like, not like everyone doesn't have to join all the time or whatever. It'd be depending on, like, what everyone's up for. I know Amber was wanting to do it, and if it is 4-player, like, obviously, it would be cool to have Elginox and, like, Rocket Nachos in on it. But again, it's one of those things where we're just gonna, like, see how things go as it happens. Deep Cleaner 4000. Improves the range of the washer, but cannot be used when close to a surface. Okay, yeah. Never mind. Yeah, it's just gonna be like one of those things where it'll be fun to just kind of sit back, play, and just, see, I kind of like just got that figured out. Like, basically, probably how we can do that. Kind of like the next chill game I want to start streaming is gonna, like, be for a crime scene cleaner, which sounds odd, saying that's gonna be a chill game, but it's kind of like Power Wash Sim, but you're cleaning crime scenes. If I was a dirt, I'd want to be here. I live here too, Patrick. A dirt. But, it's just mainly, like, I think what I heard from the devs, and I want you to live right down the way. It's actually wholesome. But no, it's, I want a dirty little Squidward to live just next door. Well, I get a feeling like, Squidward's about to hijack the line in a minute. But no, like, I think, look, man, Dave. I'm seeing, like, a lot of my favorite people in here, and I love you guys. Welcome in. But yeah, still waiting to see if Plankton is going to show up, as I've been making a joke. But yeah, I think, like, what the devs had said is that what they want to do with Grounded 2 is they're going to try, like, do things a bit differently. And, like, I think before they were, like, putting out, like, content updates just by every month or two, but I think they said they're going to try to, like, balance out content between, like, maybe 3 or 4 months. That'll give us time to get caught up. But I am really excited for Grounded 2. I mean, that's going to be so much fun. And I'm definitely going to go in with expectation. Like, the thing is, I know there's going to be those like, oh, there's not a whole lot of content to this. I know there's going to be those that are going to say that about Grounded 2. I don't care. I'm glad we're getting a sequel. And, whatever content they have at the start, I'm definitely all in for. I figured it was a reference. But no, I also like the effects of, like, all that, too. Like the water up above. Like, actually kind of gives the whole thing of that we're actually being, like, you know, under the sea. But no, like I said, I know that Grounded 2, there's a chance, like, as far as content, like, you know, maybe enemy types and stuff like that, it's gonna be maybe a bit bare bones, depending. I mean, it just means, like, I'm just getting more excitement to see what they're gonna add on to it. Because I'm having a feeling with Grounded 2, they're probably gonna eventually have, like, a community mode, like what they did with the first one, where people can go in and do their own content, but they're not gonna do it right away. Oh yeah, there's like a bunch of jellyfish, like, well, just one. I think this actually, you know, because the thing is, they have like a coaster on Epic Coaster Simulator on the for VR, and I think they did something similar with, like, you know, like a jellyfish that float around in that one too. I can't remember, but yeah, I mean, I know regardless, we're just gonna have fun with whatever we get up into with Grounded. Grounded 2. I'm just hoping that they have like the shared worlds available at the start. I know that was one thing with like Rule 17. You know, the whole thing with her was when we weren't playing, you know, she was just like going in and just working on the base and everything when we weren't playing. I know that was like a dream for her, the way they had all that set up for her, just basically with how much she loves survival games. So it's nice having like a best friend who pretty much makes sure that the whole team is like basically got everything they need when they come back. Next thing, I mean, I'm just basically just trying to like think about like, you know, the good stuff on the horizon, Rogues. The imagination box. Okay, that's definitely a reference. Because like with a lot of stuff that's gone on lately, you know, and the fact that I'm gonna be moving at the end of August. Yeah, the irony of it, you know, I'm moving somewhere, but yet like just kind of staying in here. In regards to like certain other situations that I'm not nearly as bothered by as other stuff I've got going on in my life that's much more important. I'm moving at the end of August, and yet somehow I'm still like, you know, currently living rent free in someone else's head regarding something. But if you guys have like been seeing my community posts, you know what I'm talking about. Like apparently someone that definitely doesn't have enough time in their hands, but or has too much time on their hands, I mean. But you know, it's basically, I know that it's like a lot of the stuff I've had going on recently, as far as like the, you know, again, there's a vlog I did like some time ago concerning another situation, but at least that hopefully in one way or another is gonna be over soon. Even though it's, I mean, like I said, it's not gonna be till the end of August that I will be moving to another house, and at that time I won't be streaming for a bit. Bubbles. I think I know this one. This is the one where I think, like, you know, SpongeBob was trying to teach people, like, because he had, like, a bunch of, like, really weird ways he blew bubbles. And then, like, you know, bring it around town. I think it's something like that. I think I remember something about that. And then he was able to kind of, like, make bubbles there practically, I think, about, like, the equivalent of balloon animals, I think. So I'm not going to know all the references, guys. That's where y'all can clue me in. I mean, I won't really consider that spoilers and everything. I was like, because I kind of like I'm doing this one, like, you know, not like for my enjoyment, but also mainly for the enjoyment of those who have, like, you know, definitely watched the show and spent time with it. But yeah, I'm just definitely, you know, really am kind of like, you know, trying to stay optimistic for things looking up eventually. I mean, there's been a lot that's gone on for months now. And, you know, I'm basically like, just trying to do the best kind of focus on my content. Focusing on, like, you know, just training and everything. Obviously, some of the stuff that's going on is what I've been already open about, like, reason why I had to, like, get my hair cut recently, because, like, just a lot of stress was being that, you know, stress was building up that much. What's this over here? But I've still, like, tried to definitely stay grounded on, like, you know, now I'm saying grounded another way. I'm still trying to stay, like, you know, focal on trying to bring you guys content and stay in the course. You know, just be nice, like, you know, when I get moved, if, like, you know, things will be a little bit easier and I can actually get some rest. And in between the streams, of course. I mean, it's not like I'm saying, you know, like, I don't know. Basically, like, some rest, you know, like, you know, rest and, chance to get away from, like, you know, not just a chance to get away, but stay away from, like, all this stuff that's been going on around here, because it's definitely some stuff, things that should have changed, but unfortunately it hasn't. But I'm looking at the possibility, like, the whole thing with moving is, much as gonna be frustrating having to, like, move everything around, and, you know, since I've grown attached to my streaming room here, it's definitely been, like, the best streaming room I've had so far. And I appreciate you, Dave. I really do. I appreciate you for all, like, you know, not just, you know, the the love, the donations, tips and everything. Just being, coming by here. And also, of course, when we eventually get back around to Dungeons and Dragons, which the situation in Hand Rogues is one reason why we haven't actually bought that back yet as well. Because we don't want disruptions during the stream for that. But I've said before that me and Dave are going to get back doing D&D stuff. And that's going to happen, no doubt about it. It's just like, pretty much just getting through everything else first. But yeah, and it's just like, I know it's affecting my content, and which, just for clarification, everything I'm talking about here doesn't pertain to the person who's been coming on my streams like the past like 2 or 3, close to 3 weeks now. Disliking my disliking just about every single stream of mine. If anything, I disliked the Chrono Trigger stream earlier as well. It's whatever. I'm still live here, still showing my face, still doing my thing, still enjoying what I do. Because as I've said, like obviously the situation I've been dealing with, like, my living arrangements is much more of a concern to me than someone like, who just for whatever reason it's got in their head that, going by disliking all my stuff is just gonna just magically make me like quit everything I'm doing, everything I've worked hard for. Can I jump on the bubble? If I would actually could have jumped on that, it would have been hilarious. And as I continue to tell people, when you get into content creation, you gotta have thick skin. I mean, I hate I say you got to, just because people, want to be, jerks. But it's just par for the course. I kind of just look at like disliking someone's stream as a meme at this point. Disliking someone's like thing on YouTube, it's basically practically a meme because so many people have done it. It's basically one of those things. It's like, obviously if you got like if you're a small channel, you see it, it's gonna be discouraging. But really, it's at the end of the day, it's like this is something that people have done so much. Like most content creators know not to take it seriously. It's just basically like in a sense of like you're doing a stream and someone like comes in and says, "Oh, you look emo" or something like that. They use like some kind of garden variety, typical, weed in the roots, comment that probably like, thousands, if not millions of people have said before they have, so it's like, okay, yeah, that was like very original. You totally hurt my feelings. Point is, Rogues, I've continued to say, if you want to get into content creation, the fact is that I don't want to say you gotta have thick skin, but it's definitely something that you need to develop. And it's tough. It can be very tough when you're starting out and everything. One thing that was kind of like a bonus for me is the fact that when I first got into content creation, I already knew that people would be like that. When I first started doing content on YouTube, it was, a good minute ago. And I was doing Let's Plays at the time before I even started streaming. And literally, as I've told the story to people multiple times, like, literally all I had, was a camera, like digital camera I got from Walmart for about maybe $70, a stack of books that I put it on top of, and that was it. That was my video. That was my capture card for my. That was basically my video. That was my camcorder. Can't say it. That was like my video and my audio feed. So basically, whatever game audio it came through that camera. Whatever video I got, it came through that camera. And when I talked, that camera was my microphone. It was like very horrible looking footage, but I was passionate about it. I wanted to do content creation, and I was like, said, I got something to work with here. People may not like it, but it's a start. We'll see where I go. And people were surprised they were watching my stuff. And eventually, I was able to kind of like get like an Evermedia Live Gamer Portable, I think is what it was called. And I started like doing stuff with that. Point is, like I had like a mindset for it. It's nowhere near like what I've got now. I didn't have this stream room back then. When I first started, like, doing streams, I literally had, like, one little shelf on the wall that had, like, about 5 or 6 Marvel Comics pop figures. All right, Dave. And the thing is that, just kind of, and when I got into streaming, I'm going to show you all this real quick. I'm going to show you my setup. Like, I actually still got a picture of what my setup was when I started streaming. Just to show you guys, like, exactly, what I started with. And this is something else for those, who may think you have to start out with a very fancy setup. Or whatever. You don't. You really don't. If you got a mind for streaming, stream. If you got a computer that can really actually at least like handle what you want to play, do your thing. People are gonna like say, "Oh, that setup's not optimal." If it works for you, do your thing. So to just kind of put this in perspective here, to give like an example, because people don't really see like the behind the scenes of my setup too much. This is kind of like not really like just basically try to get like a good picture of it here. Get a picture of everything. Well, that's like my old desk. So yeah, this is basically a picture of my setup to an extent. One of the only things that really changed about it is I don't have this mic anymore. I think I actually sent this one to Dave. I think Dave's got this mic now. Yeah, I sent him my Audio Technica 2020, and you guys see here I got a Rodecaster. Amazing mic, especially if you pair it with a Rodecaster Duo, which you can see right here. But this is basically my setup now, and you can't really see the computer here. Give me a second. I'll kind of like pull that up as well. There's a point in everything I'm saying here, but this is my computer. It's Resident Evil themed. I got like my little Jill and Nemesis pop figures here. So this is kind of like what I'm working. Don't mind the dust here. I've cleaned up my computer since then. But I want to show you guys what I started with. That's basically kind of to an extent where I am now. When I find the picture, I can show you. Let me see, looking back. Yeah, I think it's this album. No, it's not that either. Let me find it. Yeah, then and now. So that was my streaming setup when I first started out. A Yeti mic, a C920 camera, Razer Kraken headphones, and a laptop. That was it. That was literally what I started streaming with. This was everything. So the point of it is that, if you want to get into content creation, do your thing. You don't need like something extremely fancy. As long as it gets the job done, that's all that matters. No one else is going to be seeing your setup except for you anyway. If you want to show it like I'm, in pictures, that's your choice. But everyone starts somewhere. A lot of these streamers out there, when they start out with content, when they do content creation, they don't start out with like, with really fancy setups where they got like, multiple monitors and, high end, graphics cards or whatever. A lot of times they got to do what I had to do. I started out with that, laptop I showed you, and they had like, take like a few trips of Micro Center here and there, and build up over time. And I'm still like nowhere near where I want to be as a content creator. But I'm still like a lot further than where I was before. I've also learned like, a lot like over the years since then in regards to how to handle stuff. And I've always like, again, like, even like in my first year starting this, I had people coming on disliking my stuff, trying to give me a hard time. And again, it's par for the course. There's people that are going to do that. And, you can't let it get to you because for obviously, the whole thing is that, this whole like line that you do that, they win. But it's just mainly, no person has a right to like keep you from doing what you enjoy as long as like you're not hurting anyone. And that's the reason I've kept doing like what I've done. I've continued to do what I love doing. I know like my cheesy, horrible jokes ain't good, for everyone. I know that there's going to be those that say it's corny or cringe or whatever. Okay, yeah, fine. But I'm still going to keep doing what I love doing for those who actually enjoy it. And if you got like a passion for video games or whatever it is you do, be if you like want to do cooking streams or anything, it's do your thing. And obviously, if I had like the time in the day to, if I really be bothered by, someone coming by and disliking every single one of my streams, yeah, I mean, I will say, it's kind of a pain. Knowing that someone's coming by, like, trying, like, to, cause, like, harm to my channel and everything. But as far as the dislikes themselves are concerned, I don't care. It's literally just like a thumbs down. Someone took 2 seconds to push or whatever. That honestly, they're helping my channel out more when they come by do that because YouTube looks at the view. And they look at, like, even if it's only, like, a few seconds of stream, they still look at that. But also there's the whole factor that, YouTube also looks at dislike same the way they do likes. It's still engagement. So, it may frustrate me a little bit, I'll say, that someone's coming by here, just for the whole sake of me just not, I can't stand, like, people who just try to be cruel for the sake of being cruel. But otherwise, it's literally as, like, the, line, as I like using this line because it was one of my favorite, movie lines of all time. And maybe, Raw Julia, rest in peace. The day that you came by and disliked my stream was the most important day of your life, but for me, it was Tuesday. Well, it's Wednesday now, but you guys get it. And obviously, if someone's coming by, like, trying to dislike my content or whatever, they're obviously, like, they're mad about a lot more than I am. If anything, I can assure you, chances are, just like they disliked the Chrono Trigger stream, I'm gonna like, go offline tonight. And I'm gonna say they dislike this one. As a matter of fact, Yeah, I'm doing this live right here. Just kind of like, just kind of hit the point across. Let's see what we got going on. And I'll get back to the game in just a second, Rogues. Okay, no dislikes on it yet, but... But just kind of like, just see. I let my hand just slipped. So anyways, yeah, totally just dislike my own stream again. But that's the whole point I'm trying to make here. It's a dislike. Who cares? At the end of the day, if you've got people who enjoy the content you're doing, Rogues, do your thing. As long as you're doing content that people enjoy and they keep coming back or whatever, that's the main ones that matter. Not someone like who's too afraid to show their face online, disliking your content just because, for whatever reason. I just dislike my own stream. I mean, my channel didn't just explode or anything. It's all good. But that's just like, the way I look at it, like, basically the whole thing with like the dislike button is something that like YouTube put in place mainly for people to like have a means to show someone else like constructive criticism or say, hey, I dislike this stream, you might want to work on stuff. And people like, they're basically seeing like as a means to, troll without like, showing their face, without saying anything. Basically in the sense of feeling like it absolves them. But what I look at more than anything, I look at those 5 likes, on the stream. Even though a lot of people say, oh, well, 5, your part, you only got 5 likes. Yeah, well, those are my 5 likes from people that actually like my content. For me, those 5 likes, just 1 like to me is like, worth 1,000. While 1 dislike, it's still worth like, 1,000 likes to me because, at the end of the day, someone still had to come by, and dislike my stream. They take the time to come do that. And if it's like, and let's say, someone's doing this and they're another content creator. At the end of the day, and I probably could have already been doing a lot more of this phone rambling, but, at the end of the day, the whole thing is that if they're, someone is like, you're doing content creation, someone else is coming by and they're, disliking your stuff because they're jealous or whatever. Well, that's, as like Dave, like, I think like as Jeremy said earlier. Oh, when Amber said you were up to something, I didn't see like that. I was like, wait a minute, hold on. Did I just miss like a Ko-fi donation or something? Because normally when Amber says like Dave's up, when someone says Dave's up to something. But yeah, I mean, I'm excited for the D&D stuff, Dave. No doubt about it. But yeah, it's just, I don't know, kind of like trail it off. But yeah, if someone is like, let's say if it's by chance another content creator, it's coming by disliking your stuff out of jealousy or whatever. At the end of the day, if that's like, time they could be spending trying to work on their own content. I'm not perfect. I mean, I've had like spending like years like trying to improve, and even still, I'm always like trying to see what ways I can improve my channel. I know there's like definitely stuff like stuff I can do better, but as like let me see, because I think it was Jeremy that said it. Wait, what happened to Jeremy's? Oh, maybe if I actually kind of extend. There we go. Yeah, it's like I think it was Jeremy. Was it Jeremy or who said it? Yeah, it's not showing like all stuff like it's supposed to. That was weird. For some reason, it's not showing everything. It's not scrolling like it's supposed to. That's weird. I was trying to, like, look back what... It was like Jeremy said, no one can kill your passion and everything. But was it him or who that said it? Yeah, it's what Dave said. See, that's the thing. Like, it was doing this weird scroll thing. Yeah. But mainly, it was like the whole thing with, like, like Dave said in my chat, it's more of a... Which I'm also realizing for... Oh, boy. Rogues, I'm so sorry. I just noticed that... Well, at least, those who are watching stream can see it. For some reason, YouTube did not, like, Ouch. Yeah, my chat thing up there wasn't working. Yeah, I just noticed my chat up there at the top has been completely bare. Rogues, I apologize for that. Social Stream Ninja didn't work like I was supposed to tonight. So, yeah, let me at least make sure it's working now. Yeah, it's not like a me stream if things ain't going wrong. Well, hello, a lonely little me up there. There it goes. It's fine, Amber. We were all like, we were like in some detailed discussions there. It's all good. At least it's working now. That was on me. And at least now we get some comedy. At least it's going up there now. But yeah, it's like Dave said. you know, now y'all can actually see what's said on the overlay. But if someone's like comes by and watches the stream, they'll see the chat like, you know, in real time anyway, or like a real time based on where we are in the stream. If someone's coming by like and disliking your content or whatever, it says more about them than you. Unless, like, you know, you're like a very crappy individual, like, you know, who honestly is probably deserving the dislikes or deserving the hate. I mean, I'm just someone that's just like, you know, like live streaming, playing like video games and making like a bunch of very bad puns and everything, hoping his viewers laugh at them. That's basically my main thing. And for whatever reason, like, you know, people thought that was worth, you know, me getting partnered. Yeah, I mean, that's basically me in a nutshell. I mean, I make like a bunch of crappy jokes. You know, maybe like betray my friends a little bit too much in some multiplayer video games, just picking random fights with them and all that. But that was worth like people getting, like, you know, people push me towards partnership on here, and I'm forever grateful for that. See, I'm gonna just like look up these episodes just based on the references. But okay. We need to get done with SpongeBob's house. I mean, I want to finish this DLC tonight or whatever. And I'm over here being a goofy goober. And they're like, some people's like, oh, look at that! Like he makes one reference, thinks he's a SpongeBob fanatic now. I mean, I never said that. All right. The thing about, like, you know, SpongeBob's house, the problem is that there's so many layers. There's so many, like, sections. All right, Dave. We appreciate you, man. I appreciate everything you've done. Yeah, for me so far. All right, good night, man. All right. But it is going to be really... Yeah, definitely. He's one of the best. But no, it's, what was I saying? But, yeah. See, I had, like, this turned down. I heard something. Okay, I think that should be good for now. No, we definitely missed something, probably. But yeah, mainly, I really can't wait for Power Simulator 2 to come out, just because it's going to be really fun, like, dive into that. Well, pun intended, since we're under the sea. But, it's going to be, like, really fun, like, you know, getting into that with people, and, like, and seeing what other, like, you know, stuff that, like, other, licensed DLC they do. Because, again, I really would like to see them do something with Doom. But another thing is that I know this would definitely be like a massive long shot, but since it was done by Square, I kind of like thought like it would be maybe a little bit cool to actually see like something based around Chrono Trigger. Like we got the Epoch tonight or whatever. It would be cool to actually see something where we gotta clean that. But I know that's definitely gonna be a massive long shot. Like massive long shot. Why is it like Navi from like Legend of Zelda? Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. The only problem with Doom is because it's how bloody it is. I don't care what anyone says. When we cleaned up, like, you know, the Queen's Castle and Alice in Wonderland DLC, I don't care what anyone says. That was blood. That was blood that was there. I don't care what anyone says. But, I mean, like I said, Doom, if we were going like Nintendo Switch exclusive, Splatoon would be like a great one. Ghostbusters. I'd love to see Ghostbusters. I've already done kind of hit that point home multiple times. Because Ghostbusters practically screams it. Jurassic Park. I'm having it's gonna probably be like something just completely out of left field, you know, DLC they're gonna do, but it's just gonna be like awesome to just see what they put into it. I think like what I've seen of like some of like the equipment in the next one, we're gonna have like, you know, little scaffolding, like, you know, little ropes, like for us to kind of like sit on the side of buildings and clean. And that would just be awesome in itself. Just like I can picture like me and Eldronox or whatever, me and Amber just like sitting there, like just like, you know, spraying like the side of the building, like just hanging out on a swing, just talking or whatever.
Imagine how many friends you'd have if you were a dirt.
I like how they're just like, you know, still like, you know, I guess like, would it be like singleizing it?
SpongeBob would still be my best friend if he was a dirt.
Like not dirt, just a grain of dirt. Yeah, I only did like the first mission for the Final Fantasy one. I'm start fresh like when I get back to it again, because the first one I think was like a Shinra hauler and the Harley Daytona or Hardy Daytona or whatever. Basically the motorcycle. It looked like it was like I don't know which motorcycle it is in remake. I mean I know like in Advent Children it was Fenrir, but I know they had like I know like in the original Final Fantasy 7 he just drove like a standard motorcycle at one point. All right. Well, at least like Squibber's house ain't taking too long. I guess because it's not a section of SpongeBob's. All right. I think it's, I mean, this hasn't really been a long job. I just like, again, I was over here like rambling. Doing a lot of talking and everything. But again, that's one reason I do these streams or whatever, basically just to talk about whatever. But I am excited at least. Also, not because, I mean, not just for Grounded 2, but I do have some I like how he's just got one window. And it just like stares out there. I guess like that way he can look over there and not have to look at SpongeBob or any of them. But no, oh god, I just thought about it. It's a square on the back of his head or whatever. The thing's bald as hell or whatever. We basically got like the Easter Island version of Agent 47. I mean, it's not a bark. Oh my god, I can't even see it now. It's like the most like random. And see, that's another one. I just thought about like Hitman being one they could do. It's all coming back at me now. We did clean up last night. We blame Plankton for this? I can't do a SpongeBob voice, so I mean, y'all... Gary and I got second wind and tackled the stubborn stains, and Patrick sleep cleaned the rest with a reef blower. Go to... The rest with his, reef blower. Okay, like, I feel like, I'm giving this thing like a high top fade or something. Yeah, but honestly, like one of the, but back to what I was saying, like outside of the Grounded 2, I do have like some stuff on the immediate pipeline as soon as I finish up, because Doom: The Dark Age, I'll be finishing that up tomorrow. We're on like the last couple of missions for it, and then Friday I got some stuff planned. But I'm just really excited for like what all I've got coming next, like after Chrono Trigger, after Powerwash Simulator, and after well, Doom: The Dark Age is like finished. Like I'm gonna be finishing that up before everything else. So stuff that's like gonna be coming after that is gonna be like immediate. And of course, like I said, I'm gonna be starting my playthrough of Bloodborne early August. And that's been like long overdue because I literally got like a PS4 like a few years back just for Bloodborne, like mainly to play Bloodborne and Marvel Spider-Man. And I platinum Marvel Spider-Man. I've actually platinum like Marvel Spider-Man 2, and Miles Morales. But I've still yet to play Bloodborne. And that's the thing. I mean, I'm no stranger to tough games. I've beaten Cuphead, though I still do need to go back there and restream that. Do a replay of that, since I never did do the Delicious Last Course. And I just love Cuphead just for the graphic style of it. That Mouse PI game or whatever, it kind of like makes me think a lot of Cuphead, the one that's coming out. I can't remember if it's Mouse PI or what it's called, but it's one I'm really interested in. Where it's like it's a cell-shaded first-person shooter. Definitely gonna be playing that. But yeah, Bloodborne, that's on the horizon. But I've got like a few other little projects I'm gonna try to do here and there, like, you know, for you know, until like I start that, because it'll probably be like the first week of August I start on Bloodborne. Is that a lawn chair there? Oh yeah. But yeah, there's some interesting stuff coming. I'm really excited. But I mean, some of what I'm gonna be doing is gonna be like little one-off experiences. Some of it's gonna be games I ain't played before. Some of it's gonna be like games I need to go back and do. Like, to go ahead and say one, I need to revisit Dream Core. I did that some time ago. Ended up having to delete the stream because some things went wrong. As far as the game itself is concerned, but they've released another level for it, and I really want to go back through and I'm kind of like, you know, getting that backrooms itch again. And also Zort, which me and Mickey D43 played some time ago. There's a possibility that the next level for that's going to be releasing soon, and I'm wanting to, like, you know, do kind of like what we did with Escape the Backrooms when me and Mickey D43 started off playing it by ourselves, but then we got Elginox and Rocket Nachos in on it, which that was actually, you know, thanks to Rocket Nachos that because, you know, he was playing it by himself, and I said to Mickey D43, I was like, you know, how about we just restart the series, because, you know, Joe's playing it, Rocket Nachos is playing it or whatever. Let's get Elginox in on this and all of us play it together, and it ended up resulting in, like, thanks to Joe, basically, we end up getting, like, one of the best multiplayer series we've done, horror focal, like, outside of Grounded. And I love, like, our Phasmophobia stuff we've done, but really, like, you know, Escape the Backrooms, that ended up being, like, one of our best story focal multiplayer games we've done as far as horror is concerned. I still say probably my favorite series we've done on this channel is probably Grounded. And Grounded 2, like, has all the grounds to possibly replace that. I mean, because Phasmo's been fun, too. But basically with Phasmo, the same thing every time we go in, we find the ghost, you know, and have situations to make fun of. But some of my favorite, like, multiplayer stuff we've done is the multiplayer stuff is, like, you know, that's had stories to it. Even though one could say, like, the backroom stuff didn't really have, like, a full story, but definitely, like, it was like some of our best commentary and some of our best jokes. So we're probably gonna do the same thing with Zort. Once episode 3 comes out, I'm probably, like, me and Mickey D43 are probably just gonna, like, you know, get Elginox and Rocket Nachos in on that. We're just gonna, like, you know, start over from the beginning. But I mean, I'm pretty much thankful for, like, everything that I've, you know, everything I've streamed with my friends. See, it almost makes it seem like you can go in here, but yeah, I think, like, if I had to, like, say my top 3 series for the channel, like I said, I love our Phasmo stuff we've done. But I want to say it's probably, like, you know, Grounded, Escape the Backrooms, and I don't know, maybe Phasmo. But there are, like, definitely, like, some multiplayer games we do need to go back and revisit eventually, like Pilgrim. We played Pilgrim in a good bit. We definitely need to finish Human Fall Flat, because that's another one we need to go back through and, like, and work at before, like, the sequel to it comes out, because it's got Human Fall Flat 2 is coming. It makes it think like something that you, like, you know, you would use, like, to basically, you know, till a garden or something. But it makes sense, like, in the sense of, like, you know, pretty much, you know. So obviously a tire probably wouldn't work that well underwater or whatever, because, like, obviously, you know, the mud, or, like, you know, basically, like, you know, the soft, you know, floor, like, like, the soft ground or whatever. We're not gonna argue physics here. Like, just the whole fact that SpongeBob is able to blow bubbles underwater. But yeah, there's, like, so much we still need to get into. We need to get back to Human Fall Flat. That was, like, a fun one for us. Actually, I mean, I take it back. I mean, I love like what we've done with Phasmo, but we've had like some massive fun, like fun with gang beasts. Oh, we're gonna get back on Demonologist at some point too. I was thinking like maybe like doing some of that stuff in probably October. I mean, the main thing. I mean, one thing I am definitely like hoping to do in October for sure. But I mean, I've got like several things. I want to like do a proper like stream for The Last of Us on YouTube, and I want to get back to Nun Massacre. And since with Massacre at the Mirage, recently got a copy of that. I was getting a copy of it. I do want to do that for October as well. But I'm kind of like wanting to get back into something that Eldrinox has been wanting to do for a bit. Because we did start the series for it, never actually finished it. I think we did like one or two episodes. But Eldrinox has been wanting to us to do a proper playthrough of Left 4 Dead. I've never beat Left 4 Dead. So I'm thinking about us trying to do a playthrough of that like in October, if not before. It says we've... So I've got like a whole bunch of stuff on the pipeline I've been thinking about I want to do, but getting around to it. I think it says... Okay, yeah, so we're about done with the bike. Yeah, I mean, I'm wanting to give Huntsman another try. But I'm working my way up towards it. I'm hoping it's going to be one of those things how I was with Subnautica, where I was absolutely terrified to play Subnautica, and I gave it another shot, and I was able to kind of get through it a lot easier. But Huntsman, that's a whole other beast in itself. I still don't think, that one probably hit me as hard as, trying to play some of the Five Nights at Freddy's. And I do need to play, the new Five Nights at Freddy's at some point, too. Because I was able to handle, Security Breach and Into the Pit. But also, I think it's because, mainly... Because at first I thought it was, as I said before, I thought, I couldn't, play Five Nights at Freddy's because of the, them being animatronics. But I really think a lot of it is just simply because the whole thing of being, stuck in one location. Because I was still able to go through and play Secret, Into the Pit. And, Security Breach. I was able to actually beat both of them. So Into the Pit was, my first, Five Nights at Freddy's game I beat. That was an unofficial one, I think. Outside of, the Joys of Creation Reborn. That was years ago. But, Security Breach was, the first official Five Nights at Freddy's game I beat. So far, the only one. I know that's sad because, as I've said, I love the series. I've had, so much respect for Five Nights at Freddy's. Love the movie. Just, it's been a matter of actually getting down and really kind of, push myself to playing the games. Because, I guess, just, like I said, it's the whole anticipation thing. You're stuck in one spot, and you can't really move, knowing something's coming at you. I guess also just, the multitasking mechanics behind it, too. I don't think I'll ever probably, be, Markiplier's level of being able to handle that. The way he was able to, play the games. Or do we have to... Hang on. At least I got this. I I don't have my trident. I still say it was a pretty weird, decision for them to take the keep you from being able to use the trident. But yeah, at most I probably have got probably about three or four different things I wanted to try to do throughout the rest of July. And a lot of it's gonna be based around after I finish up once I finish doing the Dark Ages tomorrow. A lot of what I'm wanting to do where I was gonna come after that. But again, it's gonna be a little one-off experiences, so I'll be able to do those fairly quickly. Oh yeah, totally. Well, that's the thing. I definitely would like for it to be a full group or whatever. Because that's the thing. Left 4 Dead, I mean, I feel me never beating it before. Best way to beat it would be with a full team. I mean, $3 for both, that's a steal. Let's go clean the top of this house real quick. And like I said, I mean, that may be in October. And I was like, as Nun Massacre, I want to revisit that. And like I said, The Last of Us. I've beaten the first Last of Us before, but I do want to, like, play back through it. And eventually I do need to, like, play the second one. Like I said, Massacre, the, Mirage, wherever it is. That, I keep watching the name for that one, too. But it's, like, one where basically it's kind of like the thing where you run this, like, you're working at the cinema. That's on the list. I think I had, like, one or two other ones planned. And also the thing about you getting, like, getting those as well. So if you actually got, like, Left 4 Dead 2, that actually might help out with some of the texture stuff for you on, Gary's mod, too. Whenever we get back to playing that. So if the dirt was dealt with, but our houses were all filthy again, by the time we woke up, there's gonna be one thing. Yeah. Something nefarious is afoot. We're off the hook. Well, not necessarily gotta prove your innocence there, Spongy. Okay, so all right, never mind. So we gotta finish cleaning his head. So that's all. All is like count. It's all I'm actually surprised, like, how tricky this Squidward's head ended up being. It's not really tricky. It's just it took longer than I thought. But again, a lot of it is, I guess, like it's just me getting used to these other sprayers. Again, going back, like being forced to use these. I mean, it's still not as bad as like having to do the gnome fountain with a very with a washer that I wasn't really too happy about. I mean, it still ain't gnome fountain territory, but still taking a little more time. Which I guess it's kind of like humbling me because I relied on the trident so much. At the very least. Alright, well, I didn't know I started to clean the air. Okay, once we get clean this up, like Patrick's house, like won't be a problem. It won't take long at all. It's just like the whole issue is like me having to get like so close to some of those. Alright, got the brow at least. Now we just gotta finish up the house. At the head, and we should be done with this house. Just trying to. Because that's the only thing. This is like definitely one of those things where they're making me like really have to clean like a vast good bit of it compared to like other ones where you can get away with like not cleaning a lot of it. So far though, like I said, it's like someone who's not really a massive like SpongeBob Uber fan or whatever, but still likes the series for what little bit I've watched. I'm enjoying this DLC. Just because again, like just the whole art style of it. Just gotta finish. There's also something I gotta do involving like SpongeBob's house in a second. I just feel like I can like have like a better thumbnail for my stream. I took one like, you know, like a stock one from like the Steam store. But I'm gonna like, you know, kind of like, you know, but I'm gonna like, you know, do something real quick, kind of have like a better thumbnail. All right, there we go. All right, that should be most of it. If there's anything else, I'll come back to it. All right, I'm gonna do a little something real quick. Trying to like, you know, get like a good angle for this. Problem is like the cursor right there is in the way. Let me see if I can. I'm trying to get like a good screenshot of it. Yeah, this is gonna be a little complex, Rogues. Like, so I need like a proper, something like for a proper like thumbnail. If I can turn like, you know, do that one. Let me try a little something. Let's see if I can turn off the, I don't know if I can. But if it's possible for me to turn off like my, reticule. Just for a second. There we go. Alright, trying to get like a good picture here. And also, before we continue to the next one, I'm going to like take a really quick break, Rogue. So just give me a second. I'll be right back. Alright. Give me a few and I'll be right back, guys. Alright, guys, sorry about that. Yeah, I actually missed like the jellyfish, what you were saying, Amber. I was so busy like trying to get like the screenshot. Alright, let me go ahead and turn my crosshair back on. Alright. Alright, now we just gotta like take care of Patrick's house and that should be about it. I don't even wanna know. I don't even wanna know. Well, like we gotta clean the sand off like the walkway. But otherwise everything else right here. Yeah, this is definitely like, you know, kind of slowing things down in regards like, you know, me having to take my time with some of this, but Is that what is Patrick's house? Probably should know this or whatever, but is he like literally living under a rock, or I can't remember. Like, I feel like I should know what his house is, but I'm just living like the whole thing like a TV antenna made out of bamboo. Or weather vane. Not alright, not a TV antenna, weather vane. That shows like how little I know about the show. I've always thought like what I've seen this is it was a TV antenna. Okay, look, I said at the start of the stream, like I'm not like, you know, the most knowledgeable about SpongeBob, right? Don't at me. I was asking if it was a rock, and I literally just saw right there. It literally shows right there. It says rock. I mean, I'm obviously the one here living under a rock here, but I mean, it's like, you know, SpongeBob for me is one of those things where I've like always wanted to get into it, but haven't actually really gotten around to it. Kind of like Adventure Time. I've always like, you know, for a long time I want to sit down and watch Adventure Time, but I haven't actually really got around to doing it. I think I've probably like, maybe like seen like 1 or 2 episodes of Adventure Time, and that's probably about it. But it's another one of those series where I've just seen like, you know, so much, like seen so much about it, never really sat down and really watched it. We might have to start doing some SpongeBob watch sessions on the Discord at some point. I don't know. Because there's another thing SpongeBob related I actually have seen, but technically I guess in a way it doesn't really count. So there's like there's a few times I went to Wild Adventures in Valdosta, Georgia, which I haven't been there in forever. But I, you know, like for the longest time, like one of my favorite things out there is they had like a 4D ride, like when you sat in, they had like a, you know, screen they put you in front of. I think you had like 3D goggles or whatever, and it basically had like this whole experience, like, you know, like it was supposed to be immersive. And I remember I was so bummed out because they had like, you know, one 4D ride, but then they replaced it with another one. Originally, for those who may not have actually heard of this, there was this one web series that Stan Lee was behind. Technically, it's a Marvel property, and I've still said it would have been cool if they actually would have somehow done like a movie for it, or done something for it in MCU. But there was this series called The Seventh Portal. You can actually still watch, I think, episodes for it on YouTube. And it was like very obscure. Like Stan Lee actually like voiced like one of the characters in the show. But it was kind of like more like a thing that kind of like had like a reboot and Matrix vibe to it, and that they had like, you know, and maybe like a little bit of Cat and Planet the Planeteers, where, you know, you had like a group like, you know, kids like or teenagers from like, you know, different parts of the world who pretty much, you know, got stuck in the cyber, like were able to go into cyberspace, and they became superheroes. and they had like a 4D ride based around the seventh portal. Like, again, it was like the most obscure thing. They weren't anywhere near like no one's heard of the Data Raiders. That was like the name of the group in it. It was them, and the bad guys were named the Nullifiers. So they were like much more obscure than like the Avengers. No one ever really probably like knows too much about the seventh portal compared to like the Avengers and the X-Men and Alpha Flight and stuff like that. But they still did a 4D ride for it, and it was pretty cool. And they were, but long story short, too late. They eventually replaced it with the SpongeBob ride, and it was still a 4D thing. And it was, and I went in. I remember I was mad because they didn't have it there anymore. Have like the seventh portal ride there anymore, and I was like, I hate this. I was like, why they replace it with SpongeBob? But then I went in, and I actually enjoyed it. And it didn't like have as much of an impact on me as the seventh portal one. If you guys look that up, you'll see what I'm talking about. It was just like a really cool little thing for like when they did the for the seventh portal thing. And I was so bummed when they replaced it with SpongeBob, and I still went in and liked it, but because they have like an entire web series for the seventh portal. And again, Stan Lee voiced the thing like the mentor of the Data Raiders. And some of them were like kind of like that. You could tell they maybe seemed like they were like ripoffs. Like basically they were kind of like plays on other Marvel characters. Like the Thunderer, he was like the leader of the Data Raiders. And his thing was literally he had like he did like a sonic shout, very similar like Banshee and such. And then there was I think Oxblood, which Oxblood was like the tank of the group. Kind of definitely gave like Hulk or Juggernaut vibes, though nowhere near as strong. Then there was the Streak, which, as you guys can probably figure, was basically their Quicksilver or Flash. And then there was Conjure Man, who basically was pretty much either Doctor Strange or Doctor Voodoo. And I think it was she's gone by two different names like Gossamer Girl and Imitation. I think are like two of the names she used. I think they called her Imitation on the ride, but I think normally she was Gossamer Girl, and she was basically like the group's Mystique. Like she could, shapeshift. But for those who never heard of it, it's actually a pretty interesting series that I wish they would have done more with. Speaking of comic books, it kind of makes me think of like something else I really need to get around to. Years back when I was on Mixer, I did a playthrough of Battle Chasers Night War. For those who don't know what Battle Chasers is, definitely a series that I wish would have got like finished a lot sooner. It still isn't done. But for those who know Joe Madureira, we'll just say Joe Mad. It's a series that he pretty much helmed. And back in like the 90s, like Joe, like his art style was pretty much everywhere. So but yeah, they pretty much Battle Chasers that they did a turn-based RPG for it. And like it was really fun, had a great story to it. The problem was like where the game took place was basically it's kind of weird because in the comic books, what they have the comics so far, like the characters from Battle Chasers hadn't actually met up yet. So when you're playing like Battle Chasers Night War, they actually already have all grouped together and teamed up. So it's kind of like there was this weird like time skip where it's like, okay, well they hadn't met up in the comics yet, but now suddenly they're a whole group. And I know, like, I think Joe Mad finally got around to, like, doing, I think, like, 3 more issues, I think, like, back around 2023. But I think people have been complaining about the art style or whatever, how he hasn't entirely, like, helmed the full of, like, the artistic works of it. But I really would like to go through and do another playthrough of Battle Chasers Night War, because that was a really fun game. Just definitely, like, kind of, like, makes me wish that, like, the series would have been completed, like, back, when it was like in its highest, when it was like more popular, because a lot of people have been dissing it lately, dissing the return of it, which really sucks. But of course, Joe Mad is also the same one, like who did Darksiders, which is a series I've already talked about. I'm gonna be going back through and restream it, like doing like replaying eventually. Okay, let me go ahead and check this, because we need to go and get this done. Are we at 9? Yeah, we're at 99. It's always that 99. Bubble stand container. I thought I know y'all gonna hear me. Y'all probably hear me say this every time. I thought we already did it. See, who's gonna notice that? Still trying to process. Y'all notice there ain't dirt underwater. We're underwater. Of course, that's like the redundant, like, you know, redundancy of it, I suppose. I knew it was gonna be the pineapple panels, and yeah, it's the pineapple panels. I think I missed some of the stepping stones too. I'm determined to try to play do the entirety of this tonight. I don't really have like much else I'm doing. All right, there we go. It's all of it's just it had to be the pineapple. It had to be the freaking pineapple. Yeah, who lives in a pineapple with dirt you don't see? All right, bottom pineapple panel, so this shouldn't be a problem. Okay, now see, this one I feel like I should get a pass on. How can you even see that? It literally was like yellow. All right. Let's go get the ladder and call it on this one. It's thinking, I thought it wasn't going to take me too long to do this. But of course, again, live, it was me rambling. Okay. All right. Barnacles be gone. Your angular little squirter's a wonder. Sandy's got to see this thing. She's going to love it. She's not taking it apart. Bikini Bottom. All right, this shouldn't take too long at all. Bikini Bottom bus. Squidward tentacles. I'm probably not going to be able to do this. Allow me to introduce myself. Squidward tentacles. Artist extraordinaire. Virtuoso. Clarinetista. Cultivator of taste and talent. Pleased to meet you. I'm looking for an incy-weensy favor before you split town. You see, the Bikini Bottom Gala night is being held at Fancy this evening, and I plan to showcase some of my most accessible stand-up comedy. I'll be warming up the audience. I'm not nailing the Squidward voice, just bear with me here, rogues. I'll be warming up the audience with some one-liners to begin with, so tried a few out on the bus into town. But just as I was getting into my flow state, the bus driver inexplicably let go of the wheel and covered his ears. I guess he must have developed some kind of rapid onset ear infection. Consequently, the bus careened right straight off a cliff and down an incalculable distance into Crush County. Luckily, it soft landed in the sludge and survived the immense pressure and journey back. But we need to clean it up so I can get right back in time for my set. You can fit us in, I'll tell you my best joke. Hell, if I actually didn't clean it, they'd probably pay me more than you're going to pay me. Yeah, I mean, like I said, there's just still so many I'd like to see. Jurassic Park is definitely at the top of the list. So I'm taking that this must be a seedy part, like Rock Bottom must be a seedy part of town. Because I think, if I remember correctly, I think this actually was on the, in that 4D ride. They actually did hit Rock Bottom, and there was like a bunch of like, you know, people that tried to steal like, yeah, because SpongeBob, I think in the ride, he had like the, I think he had like a, bicycle made out of bubbles. And I think like someone down there tried to steal it. But no, yeah, like I said, Jurassic Park, I'd love to see them do something for Jurassic Park, Doom, there's definitely, like, you know, several. Okay, you're doing it. Terrific. Here's my best joke. I was hoping you wouldn't. Must be another reference, Amber. What's gray, has 8 legs, 9 braids, and dies after mating? You? I'm sorry, that got dark. Oh, no, wrong book. Oh, no, wrong book. Hang on. Again, that's what I said. Like, you know, again, it just feels like this is one of those things where, you know, the show. I've heard so much about the randomness of the show. So like, if it should be something that's like right up my alley. I love shows that just like, you know, just bonkers with insanity and like randomness. Wait a minute, what book was that? Life Cycle of the Octopus? Is this someone's idea of a joke? Who gave me this? All my love, mother. Oof. Okay, so far, like the voice, like the text stuff here has been great. And I noticed that like this actually had like a mixed rating on like, you know, Steam, whatever. I mean, and maybe I'm just biased because how much I love Powerwash Simulator or whatever. But I mean, I've been enjoying this. Another thing to say with the Back to the Future when people were talking about how short it was. I mean, and it wasn't really worth like the full like price. But yeah, like I said, found it. Jurassic Park is one I'd like really like this thing to do. Same with Doom. There was another one, yeah, and Ghostbusters. Those probably definitely like my top three. What I'd like to see them do with this. I was a pirate. Asked another pirate what regional accent it has. How are you? No, that's terrible. Stay with me. No, I mean, no. Go ahead, keep going. I mean, you know, if you want to try to rival the jokes on my channel, be my guest. Because that one damn sure let's put anything I've said on this channel, like, you know, any bad joke I've said here, like, that was... No, you just destroyed anything I've said. Somehow he actually, you know, had worse jokes than me. See what the invisible boat mermaid man had. Ah, here it is, my greatest joke. This is definitely it. Which ancient slut will apply demand a seat at King Neptune's table? I don't know, Squidward, which one? I'll be right back, Rogues. I need to take a quick break after that one. I mean, yeah, I totally didn't just use that as an excuse to get me a drink. Oh, that was totally like dad jokes territory. Oh my god. I mean, I don't know, like, what I'm more upset about, the fact he made such a terrible joke, or I didn't think of it myself. I mean, at least now we know, like, you know, the reason why the bus crashed. Thing is, this actually gives me like Nickelodeon blimp vibes too. You know, I guess it's just. This orange. I said that about something else. I said that about the walls and grommet rocket, I think. I believe I said that. I believe I said that one made me think of the Nickelodeon blimp. Just kind of makes me think like what other properties we may get, but I'm gonna go ahead and say another one since we did get a Nickelodeon thing here. Technically, TMNT is owned by Nickelodeon, so I mean, I could see like some stuff for TMNT. I used to take this bus to
I used to take this bus to school every day.
I mean, we can clean the sewer layer. I mean, they can do something with mutagen.
Every day I had to give it back.
Patrick, somehow that was worse than Squidward's. I had to like think on that one for a second. Yeah, oh yeah, Ren and Stimpy, totally. Oh, I would totally clean that Technodrome. I would clean the Technodrome. And you just kind of like hit me in the nostalgia there. I remember this one time, Jeremy, which actually I will say before we actually continue. Jimmy Neutron, never really watched much of Jimmy Neutron, but I did watch my fair share of some of Ren and Stimpy, and definitely can see like how gross that show was. That could definitely be like a good one. And there's like several like I think like Nick shows that like they could definitely work. You give me some real monsters and I'm sold. But I know that's definitely kind of like. But yeah, I mean, so I'm one of those kids that actually, I mean, I keep on saying if I ever do take off this channel, I want to like go and get like, because they do have like some, I know it wouldn't be exactly the same as the ones I had. But I keep on saying if I ever got something with this channel, one thing I'd love to do is go and get like back, get some of the figures, the releases for like some figures and sets like from my childhood for TMNT. And I remember like, I believe like me and my family, we were traveling between states at one point or whatever. And I can't remember who it was. I think it was like my uncle or someone. Either way, I can't remember exactly how I got it. I think like one of them got it for me like while I was out of state. But I remember I think I came back one night, came back home, and they surprised me with like several like the figures. It's been so long. I think I was like 8 or 7 or 8 at the time. But they knew how much my family knew how much I loved Ninja Turtles. They basically I came home, and I think it was my uncle who was like one of the main probably like really one of the only father figures I had in my life. And I remember I came back home and they basically while we were out of state, they got me the turtle van, turtle blimp, and they got me the Technodrome. And I think I remember like just how much time I spent like playing with all that. The Technodrome was definitely my favorite. I think that's kind of like one of those things that's kind of like a grail for anyone like who any Ninja Turtles fan, like the original Technodrome. I think that's like one of the grail things. For those who know the wrestler Ethan Page, he's done like a lot of like toy hunt YouTube stuff. And I know that I think there was like one video where I think he actually found a Technodrome. I can't remember if he bought it or not. Yeah. And that's the thing about him. That's like one of those things I've he's definitely like one of those true personifications of someone who, basically it's like had like the heels who are just such jerks on screen, but then IRL they're some of the friendliest people you can meet. And I definitely respect like Ethan for like how much he's done to try to put like these small shops on the map and everything. But yeah, oh, yeah, I totally would be all about because Rocko's Modern Life was definitely like that one like was, yeah. Because essentially I'll say that because I remember. Oh yeah, him and AJ and everything. Definitely what they do, what they've done for like and just like seeing like just how friendly like Ethan is in comparison to how he is like on screen. How on screen he's such an ass. Literally the whole all ego thing. But IRL he's just such a friendly person, or just like definitely just seems like he's just so friendly. And it's done so much like you put like these toy shops on the map, get them like more business and everything. kind of makes me think a lot of like, you know, Keith Lee, not the wrestler, but like, you know, the food critic. You know, like what he's done for a lot of shops, and I just respect him for the fact that pretty much everywhere he goes, like, he doesn't actually, like, you know, take handouts. He pays for his food. He basically wants, like, pay for it just like anyone else. So, but yeah, my thing is just that, yeah, but back when we were talking, like, Rocco's Modern Life, I remember there was, like, one episode of that. I think there was, like, a gym. And I remember there was, like, that one bodybuilder that was trying to use, I think, like, the peg fly, and his arms, like, came completely off. And it had blood and everything. And this is a kid's show. I think I'm pretty sure there was an episode like where that happened. There was another one I think where I was about to say SpongeBob, where Rocco and Heifer, they were on a roller coaster and Heifer's nose started bleeding and then his entire face like you know came off. I mean that show like got wild, like you know with like stuff it got away with. I never really heard any. I don't remember the swearing, but it's been a while. But because another one, and this actually might surprise people. This actually was a show based around a video game. Anyone who remembers Mutant League, it got a show in the 90s, and that show was gory. Like they had like full on dismemberments and everything. I definitely do feel like, you know, the thing about Nickelodeon is that like a lot of their shows definitely, I think, like kind of felt like they appealed more to like the young adult vibe, or not young adult, but you know, probably like maybe like 13 and up. Yeah, I mean, but Mutant League, I mean, got Pro Stars. Was that the one where the Michael Jordan and Wayne Gretzky? I think it was Bo Jackson, I think, too. I think that was it. It was the one where, like, it had, like, the sport... Okay, yeah. Just trying to remember. Yeah, but overall, though, I mean, that's the thing about it. I miss, like, a lot of, like, you know, what TV was back in the day. I mean, I don't really watch, like, a lot of TV this day and time or whatever. I just, like, you know... I just miss, like, back when it was, like, you know, I remember, like, you know, Cartoon Network, What a Cartoon. You know, basically, it was kind of like, that was, like, you know, the indie game equivalent of, you know, cartoons and everything. Like, they had, like, you know, these breakout artists or whatever, cartoon, like, you know, people, like, doing cartoons. That's how we got Dexter's Lab and Powerpuff Girls and Johnny Bravo and all that. Back when everything was dominated by, like, you know, all these other shows that were, like, so popular. And that's basically like that's how we got Johnny Bravo, Courage the Cowardly Dog, and you know, just yeah. And then it's kind of like a pretty good way. I kind of like, you know, just did the comparison there. Oh yeah, and Johnny Bravo, God, like the jokes it got away with. I mean, there was like several of them that did that. I mean, I think Dexter's Lab had a few. Johnny Bravo definitely had some. I mean, one word: Farrah Fawcett, the blindfolded Farrah Fawcett. Y'all know what I'm talking about if you've seen it. That was probably like one of the biggest standouts. And the whole thing with like Mr. Sensitivity, which was basically like the same, like the guy who voiced him was the same one that voiced the Bill, I think on Schoolhouse Rock. The episode where he actually had like the giant D, so he literally gave a girl the D. But I think that one was like purely unintentional because I don't think they actually knew. They didn't know that there was gonna be like a whole meme like called "Give him the D" or whatever. But that was just like kind of like just like a coincidental thing. But that Farrah Fawcett one, they knew what they were doing. And then I think with Dexter's Lab, there was like, you know, the girl, like the episode where like Dee Dee had he was trying to find new Dee Dee, and there was the girl, like, you know, he was basically trying to hire, but she said that was gonna cost him, I think, about like $30 extra or $20 extra. I was like, okay, we're going that territory. And back then, my naive self was thinking she was a babysitter. I was like, and I thought back later on, I was like, oh, okay, yeah, that's where they were going with that. So yeah, like Cartoon Network, they had some shows where things got pretty dark and like pretty adulty at times, but like definitely things like where it went over the kids' heads. like, I don't know how this conversation went this way and everything, but when we were talking about like the Technodrome and SpongeBob and Adventure Time and everything, and now we're talking. Okay, it's a good thing I'm underwater work. I think I need to cool off. Yeah, I love me some courage. God knows, I love me some courage. To me, he was like the Isaac Clarke. You know what Isaac Clarke was at Dead Space. You know, God knows there was so many episodes I had to look back. I was like, that dog needed a vacation. Oh my God, like the things he went through. And my take on it was also, you know, just another thing was just the whole factor of how, like, you know, if you like want to compare him to Scooby, I mean, I love me some Scooby-Doo, no doubt. They actually have like I think like a card, like, you know, so, like a Flair, you know, card set they recently came out with that I've seen someone doing unboxing for it. It looked really awesome with some of the stuff they have for it. You guys look it up, see what I'm talking about. But the main takeaway that you kind of look at with Courage is that, you know, Scooby. You know, they had the Mystery Inc. You know, it was like, you know, basically it was a whole team or whatever. Courage was having to deal with like all this stuff on his own. So, you know, you definitely felt for Courage. You know, like he was doing so much by himself. That's one reason I was like so happy whenever I like, you know, saw Eustace get his. I mean, because like Eustace was one of those, like, you know, he was like, you know. Hang on, there we go. That's where I've been missing him. It's like he definitely like was one of those antagonistic types that, you know, you wanted to punch him in the face, but at the same time, like there was like moments he'd make you laugh. I was like, okay, you know, you can do whatever you want, Eustace, but leave Courage alone. That's where we got. That's where you know we're, you know. It's like Eustace was very entertaining. Obviously, the whole not gonna get out of this chair thing and whatnot. And let's not forget, what's your offer? You know that freaking slab. Which, I wonder if it still works. Y'all gonna hate me for this. Will it work? My slab command still works. My slab command still works. Yeah, so that's when I used back on Mixer. I actually wanted to check and see if it actually still worked. I would have to like type someone's name, and if I would have typed in like Sammy's name, I would have demanded for her to return the slab. See, I've actually got to return the slab button. Anyone who's heard that or whatever, watch like that episode. Anytime you hear that, it's instant chills down the spine. I still say to this day, that jerk, you know, Ramses or whatever, that was my favorite villain from Courage. Definitely was Katz. Katz was like my favorite villain, but screw Ramses. Like, I would like, you know, I would basically refuse to watch that episode. Also, I'm hearing like thunder outside, guys. So hopefully, I don't have to actually cut the stream short. But it's just that was like the creepiest one. And then use the stupid stuff. What's your offer? But he wants to call Courage stupid. Probably if I'd been paying attention a little more, I could already finish this one too. But, you know, again, we've been having like a lot of talks here tonight. So. Because the problem is, like, there's like so many little bits to this. Rear panel. Jesus. Yeah, see, things are so bright is the problem. It's hard to see, like, you know. Porthole frame. It says rear panel. Tires. I can't really fit up under there. Wow. Yeah. All right. Headlight housing. Yeah, so really this wasn't like really a long job where I just ended up making it long, you know, with my rambling and everything. But again, think how it's going to be like, you know, when we're doing like Power Simulator 2 and like I'm actually like doing multiplayer with people and we're all like, you know, getting on the conversation. It'll basically be like a podcast, like combined, like, you know, with just gaming. Inner wheels. Yeah, and at the very least, I want to be like people to know, like I'm gonna talk to my viewers. Some people out there that basically, will go live. They'll go live or whatever, not want to talk to their viewers, just basically sit there, like play the video, play a game or whatever, not talk at all or whatever, and then just expect like people to just follow them or whatever because they feel entitled to it or something. At the end of the day, I want to talk. I want my people to come by here to know that I'm gonna have conversations. I'm gonna like greet them as best I can. I know if I ever actually did take off this channel, as I said before, could come down to it that it's gonna be hard to keep up with people in the chat, but I still want to at least talk the best I can, and at least hope that my people in my chat, at least they'll be able to keep each other company. And if I can't see every message, or like not really see every message, but reply to everything. Still want to at least try to foster an environment where people like hey, this is a place you can come here and chat, just have a good time. But yeah, you got like people who pretty much stream and they just feel like they're entitled to viewers or whatever, and they don't really want to put the effort in and whatnot. And for me, it's not even really entirely about putting the effort in or what. I just feel like streaming, that's what it's supposed to be also. I originally started live streaming just for the sake of to be able to talk to people and everything and just try to make new friends. So that's the way things are going to be. I'm going to try to talk the best I can. It's not really about trying to earn viewers or whatever, or, basically earn my keep. But, I mean, I guess in a way it is. But it's kind of in the sense of, like I said, you got people that go live. They don't talk. They don't address their viewers, treat their viewers as just numbers, but then expect people to just, follow them and just whatever when they're not really contributing anything really of note to be worth following or whatever. And then when, they're not getting, getting anywhere with it, they want to blame others. Yeah, and that's just the thing. Even if someone doesn't actually follow my channel, or they don't follow me or subscribe to me or whatever, I'm hoping at the very least I could, play a part in at least, making them, giving them, being a diversion, the stuff they got going on in their life. I've been there one too many times. And that's the best I can hope for at the end. That I can basically, hopefully, probably up there, I can do something, at least, entertain people for a little while, if they never come back. I mean, I personally would hope they come back, but if they don't, I at least hope that, whatever they got going on in their lives or whatever, they'll get through it. It's saying rear panel, and that's about inner wheels. I don't see no inner wheels. Oh, right, is it that right there? There it is. Alright, so we gotta get over here. Yeah, I mean, it's basically, it happens a lot in the stream community. Too much. It's basically in a sense of, someone doesn't get, and basically those who have, the whole mentality of, so-and-so stealing my viewers. And the whole fact of the matter is no one's stealing your viewers. At the end of the day, it's... And this isn't taken away from those who maybe are just, who they're trying to improve and, but they're having struggles with it. Because, the thing about it is, people are going to... Why is this... Oh, it's showing right there. There's, literally... It's showing, just a circle and then nothing else. It's showing, the visible objective. But it's just kind of, in a sense of people who basically want to, not take the... not, own up and basically say, okay, yeah, it's me that's that's basically roadblocking my content. I need to figure out what I can do to improve, but instead they want to go around trying to basically play off others are the issue instead of working on what they can do to improve. And I'm definitely no stranger to that. I hope this thing didn't glitch. Uh-oh. Okay, that's a weird one. Maybe if I clear the... Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about it. I mean, if you basically been, basically, if you don't talk intentionally or whatever, just for the sake of, you don't feel basically, you just want to, go live, not really connect with your viewers, or another thing is, basically, it's, you're basically telling people not to ask for your Discord, things like that. There's a reason I'm saying stuff like this, might I add, guys. It's on you if people aren't, joining you, because, the thing is, who's going to want to stick around and support someone who actually seems like he doesn't really care that they're there? Or doesn't really care about connecting with them, doesn't care they're there. I want my viewers to know their time's not being wasted. I'm hoping I'm not wasting their time. There we go. Like I said, I know I'm not for everyone. I just realized right there. Is that the guy that's allergic to pickles, I think? I know there's one person, I think, it was from the 4D thing. I remember now, I think in the 4D ride, it was all about them trying to make a Krabby Patty for this one customer, but I think he was allergic to pickles or whatever, and I don't know. Like I said, I'm out of the loop on a lot of SpongeBob stuff. But yeah, I mean, I personally hope that I'm worth people's time and everything when they come by here. And if not, and they just leave, that's your choice. I'm not gonna be for everyone. I don't expect to be, and I don't want to be because I want to earn what I get and everything. Whatever it is I may get with this channel. But at the end of the day, I'm just thankful for those who come by and hang out with me, and I want them to know I'm glad they're here. I've done a few streams here and there where I haven't really talked much, where I just did like a no commentary stream. Sometimes I've done that. I did that back on Mixer a few times, like when I really wasn't really in the feeling the best. I wanted to at least go live with something and just and I'd still see my viewers over there in the chat hanging out, having a good time. And they knew I was having a rough day, and they still be easier to come in the chat, and I'd still make sure at the end of the stream tell them thanks for coming in. Sorry I wasn't really that talking. And they understand, and they understood. Yeah, and that's all I can ask for, guys. As long as you guys are enjoying yourself, that is what I'm thankful for. I mean, I made no secret I want to make a career out of this, but I also want to make I've made no secret I want this to be something I earn, instead of people coming here and think I'm just entitled to and act like I'm better than everyone. It's hey, yeah, I'm playing this popular game. This is what y'all, this is a game that a lot of people see, seeing people play. I'm not gonna talk to you, but still, give me your money and subs anyway. That's not how it works. I play what I want to play, even if it's something that's not really popular. Back, when I first started streaming, people were saying, you want to grow as a content creator, you got to play what's trending, and then afterwards switch over to what you want to play afterwards. And I've never really been about deceptive stuff like that. I've always wanted to be I play what I want to play, and I'd rather, it be that and me try to put my personality out there and everything, instead of letting just a game do everything for me, because at the end of the day, if the game is getting the viewers for me, it's not me doing it, it's the game. But I know some people don't care about that. They just look at it okay, well, as long as I'm getting my money and I'm getting popularity. But I, really want to try to put it out there, that at the end of the day, I'm in this, basically just, play what I want to play, and basically just try to put my best, the best form of me out there that I can. And if I'm not my best, I try to improve and be something, people are worth, people consider worth, watching and everything, regardless of what I'm playing. Anyways, sappiness aside. All right, Squidward. I never thought I'd say this, but that looks as good as new, if not better. Thanks to you, the people at Bikini Bottom, get a real taste of what sophisticated humor and song should sound like. So, I mean, they're probably gonna prefer nails on a chalkboard after this, but we'll see what's next. It had to be the Krusty Krab. Okay, I didn't forget how he talks. But anyways, the only thing worse than eating chum, having it draped all over your business. I don't know what's gotten to that scoundrel Plankton, but he's gone too far this time. This is yet another diversion, so he can try and steal my secret Krabby Patty formula. Then, all his, I know I probably don't sound anything like Mr. Krabs. Like all his previous attempts, is doomed to failure. I would say he doesn't have two brain cells rubbed together, but he doesn't have two of any kind of cell to rub together. A spare joke than Squidward's. Please wash me Krusty Krabby down as quick as you can. Every chum-covered minute is $1 lost. All right. Yeah, well, I will say I'm not even really trying. I was trying. I mean, I sucked at doing Wallace's accent, for Wallace and Gromit, and I didn't even try to do Shrek's. So I can probably go as far as what are you doing in my swamp or whatever, and I'm still stuck at that. Okay, can't we go inside? A Krusty Krab is totally unfair. Oh shit. We got a clean end the chum bucket. What are you doing? Washing down the Krusty Krab? You should be helping me, you incorrigible nitwit. Krab started it by covering my chum bucket with a complex array of dirty circles. Hold on a second. I'm trying to remember something here. Ah, shoot. Yeah, I probably can't. Please, I'll pay you. It took that was. I'm right here reading that. I just noticed. Wait, it took him that long to actually say that. Okay, I gotta at least see how Plankton talks. I should know this, guys. I heard him talk before, but. All right, hang on. Give me a second, guys. All he's doing is laughing. Okay. Probably still can't nail his whatever, but I mean, yeah, it's so cheap he has to pay me. Or so, well, no, so, or never mind. So it makes sense for him to brag that up. Okay. Or, no, the joke should be like he's so cheap I have to pay him. So my guess is they're probably gonna actually be arguing over like arguing between this. Like they're both gonna be trying to get my attention here. This may not take too long, but I'm gonna definitely try to focus on it for sure this time. So the problem is this. So the problem is this is like the best wide cleaner I've got. See this right here, like actually, and this can help where, but it doesn't cover as much range. So it's better to just kind of use this. So I can kind of get more of it at once. Just kind of like go back and forth. The others are a bit more like this one's too narrow, and the other one's like too sporadic with how like it loops around. Speaking of like 90s cartoons and everything, I am still holding out hope we're gonna get that Earthworm Jim cartoon revival, which obviously started out as a game first and everything. But I continue to hold out hope that we're gonna get the cartoon revival of that because I heard about it a few years ago, but I don't think I've really been keeping up with it since then. I got something like coming in the mail, and hopefully like it actually comes in good condition. If so, I'll be sharing it with you guys at some point. Maybe after I move. Oh, it was just a cartoon pilot. It had a whole series. It had a series. Yeah, there was an entire Earthworm Jim series. They didn't like Battletoads got a pilot, but Earthworm Jims did get actually went past the pilot phase and actually got a series. Okay, I don't think I actually heard about the Bubsy pilot, though. And I don't care what anyone says. I like Bubsy. I think like Bubsy got so much hate and everything, but I actually did enjoy it. I mean, to me, it was like one of the better mascot games out there. But it kind of like, to me, kind of felt like it was like being a little bit like, I don't know. It kind of like it had the whole wisecracking thing to it or whatever. It felt like, they were trying to kind of like, I can't remember if Bubsy or Gex came first. You mean Street Shark's like right over there? Right there, if you can barely see him. Yeah, I've actually got like, the 30th anniversary figures for Ripster, Jab, Streaks, and Slammo. Also, I don't know if like Jim is actually or Jeremy has seen this. I'll be right back, guys. I've done this at one point or whatever, but yeah. So since we're talking like 90s stuff, see, I've got Zitz over there too. Premium DNA still hasn't put out one for Pimple. I think I actually might have done this on that stream where you were here before. And I would totally love to actually get a Gex action figure too. Yeah, so basically I kind of feel like, Bubsy and Gex both had a whole thing where they were like wisecrackers or whatever. Yeah, I didn't bring all of them over, but yeah. And what's cool about these or whatever is these are actually articulated. So the legs actually bend everything. You can actually see like Ripster's actually sitting down. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was just saying. I wish we could have got like a Gex figure and everything. And I'm hoping that like a new place I go to, there will be like, more room for me to actually display my figures like easier and all that. Because right there, down there next to this, I've also got like the figures for the Biker Mice from Mars, which I still need. The motorcycles. Like they actually did like put out motorcycles for Throttle Vinny and Moto for like the figures I got down there, but I think it's about $50 a pop for the bikes. But I totally want to get those because, you know, what are the biker mice from Mars without their bikes? And they were definitely, like, to me, like one of the better, like, anthropomorphic cartoons out there. SWAT cats. I was always glued to my TV, like when I was on Cartoon Network. When I was watching Cartoon Network, I never was not glued to my TV when SWAT cats came on. Now, picture we got a crossover with them and the biker mice. Let me see. Oh, I know what you're talking about, Jeremy. With Legally Not a Street Shark. Yeah, I know exactly which one you're talking about. Because that, to me, definitely hit the nostalgia feels like just as much as Hypercharge has. Yeah, that was the best era Cartoon Network in my view. You know, between that and Toonami, and you know, when Adult Swim first came on the scene, that was still like a good era. But then we started getting like more reality stuff, and they did a series for the Annoying Orange. All right, but yeah, sleep well, Amber. I just noticed that. Yeah, the fact they gave that thing a show. Because one thing I actually thought was pretty cool though was that how they actually referenced the Street Sharks and Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. So, Mr. Krabs thinks that by defacing my superior eatery, he would render me too busy to concoct an ingenious plan to steal his secret formula. You know what? You two need to get along, all right? This is freaking Good Burger and Mondo Burger right here. Shut up. Never mind wildest dreams. I think that he was capable of such a foulty. And see, even Good Burger's freaking Nickelodeon. What are we on tonight? I made another Nickelodeon joke without even trying. I thought it was something only a real lowlife like myself would do. At least he admits it. Barnacle. Dogfish loves catfish. Camp Corral for lives. Barnacle head. Oh yeah, now Tiny Toon Adventures was great too. Now, funny story about that because see the thing is like, you know, Jeremy's bringing that up, Eldradox. Remember like all the jokes we were making at Powerwash the other day. I actually figured go down the hole, but no. And Baby Plucky was a menace. I mean, Plucky was a menace all around, but Baby Plucky was on a whole nother level. From what I remember. But no, funny thing is, there was actually something for Tiny Toon Adventure I actually was scared of. When they had like a little outro where they had like different characters. For some reason, the one with, what was the cat's name? Was it Furball? I can't remember. It was like the little blue cat. It was so, yeah, Buster's Bust Loose on Super Nintendo was one of my favorites. Okay, just see. At least I remember the cat. Yeah, Furball. It was like the outro they had where he like, you know, came up there, but he opened his mouth really, really wide. I can't remember if he was roaring or if he was like yawning. But for some reason, I was actually terrified of that as a kid. Yeah, and I love me some Pinky. No, just Animaniacs DLC. I like how we're just like, you know, just coming up with all this random 90s stuff here and everything. Crab Snuff. I mean, I still think all things considered, I'm making decent time on this. And Pinky and the Brain was definitely like one of those things where it was like definitely awesome, like seeing them get their own series. Like you had like a side character end up being so popular they got their own series, and that's one thing I've always loved seeing like about shows. So I remember like, because this is like another one's probably blast from the past for you guys as well. Freakazoid. I remember like the little side things they have for that. My like little side characters, and one of my favorites was the Huntsman. Like literally, his little side thing was that he went there like ready to fight crime, but like basically someone else was taking care of it. Mayo. The Tick. Yes, the Tick. And see, I feel like that just... The Tick could actually work too. Literally, like, one good example. Thrakelzog. Literally, like, his apartment or whatever. Let's say, like, because now I gotta go back there and revisit that. But I actually picture somewhere where you gotta go and clean the apartment that Thrakelzog was in. I think it was Thrakelzog, right? Or like an area that Dinosaur Neil had rampaged through. And literally they have like a nighttime cityscape, and you can look up and see like where Chairface Chippendale tried tried to ride on the moon. But now this has me on something else too. But this would definitely be like a whole nother wild one because what if we got DLC for The Mask? Like, not the Jim Carrey movie, the actual comics. That would be wild. And definitely probably would be like a more teen-rated DLC. I've actually got the... I like we're actually having to clean a jar of mayonnaise. I've actually got, like, Volume 1 for the Omnibus. I got a few years back, and because I finally got around to actually really checking out, like, stuff for the... Oh, yeah. Of course, obviously, the cartoon was, like, was... more family oriented as well, because we know like how bad how much of a menace the Mask was in the comics. Like I said, I got like the omnibus like a few years back, because prior to that I never actually really checked out much for the character. I knew like how like much of a menace like the Mask was, but never really got to read the comics. And my most I actually saw of it was like parts of the cartoon back in the day and the movie, which obviously the movie was phenomenal. I loved the movie, but obviously, the source material is much different. I mean, the Mask even got a video game, which I remember it being pretty tough. But I feel like Jim Carrey was definitely like the best character they could have got to play Stanley, just because how many expressions he could do without effects. So like literally, like, yeah. Nostalgia hitting again. I had that on my Super Nintendo. I played a lot of that one. And Spawn is, I've got the first omnibus for Spawn as well. Now, if we end up getting like some kind of like Spawn style game, like with free roam similar to like the Batman Arkham stuff, like a modern Spawn game, something like that. I mean, because obviously Keith David still would probably be good for voicing him because he voiced him in Mortal Kombat 11. I would love to see like a free roam Spawn, like modern console Spawn game. I'm just hoping the weather holds up because I'm definitely like hearing the thunder outside. It's not that bad at the moment. Okay, because we gotta keep cleaning it. Because like I said, I'd like to finish this tonight. If I can, it's not the end of the world. I mean, I did like the last 2 DLC in one go, but I also like have done have others I haven't done in one go. That explains. I think it's all part of one. See, this snow is kind of tricky because I'm... Yeah, see, like, that was, like, all around. Oh, yeah, it's nothing bad in the moment. It's just, like, some periodic thunder. It's, like, probably, like, I'm hearing probably, like, maybe, like, 3 minutes apart. It's not that bad at the moment. If it gets bad, like, I'll call it. And that's the thing, like, the lights don't go out here too often. Of course, that is kind of a concern in the sense that when I move, it's going to be like a change to the electric company. Because really, where I'm moving to, where it's only like down the street, but it's going to be a change to, like, to electric company. So I'm hoping it's not going to be like something that's going to cause more frequent outages. Don't listen to Plankton. He's just gone and covered his own chum bucket in mud to try to look all innocent, so he has. I think, like, Mr. Krabs talks more like a pirate accent, if I'm right. You must think I was spawned yesterday. Yeah, like I said, we gotta keep David in to return his spawn. Because, because the thing is, he hadn't missed a beat, like the spawn, like, in Mortal Kombat 11. It basically was just like watching the HBO series. And I love, like, his dialogue with Joker. Because, I was like, I wonder, is there going to be any dialogue with Joker? Because Joker's in a Mortal Kombat 11. And sure enough, I'll tear your ass inside out, clown. Because we know Spawn does not like clowns for certain reasons. He probably has more of a hatred for clowns than Junior from Problem Child. It totally was. The art was great. It was beautiful. I love the art. Oh, that ding, or that boing, like, when you put a thing down. I'd say they didn't go further with it because they had, like, so much more they could have done. Yeah, Junior. Now, I keep talking about menaces. Yeah. Junior was... To me, it's like Junior kind of felt in ways like a Bugs Bunny, like, like a live-action Bugs Bunny. In a sense that, you didn't, it's... Junior was kind of like, unfuckable with, pretty much. It's like, he basically was just like a... He perfected trolling, just like, probably about as well as Bugs did. Obviously, Bugs had Toon Force on his side, but, Junior, it's... Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. I was just thinking Dennis the Menace, like, if the weighted training gear was off. Certain reasons. I think that just went over my head. Hey, Crispy. Now, watch it be like something like we were talking about this, and it's like a reference that I just missed. Like, where we're talking about stuff, and then it's like something obscure from, like, the stuff what we're talking about that Sammy remembered and I didn't. Oh, hey, Crispy. I think are you talking about from, like, the live action Spawn movie? Or Bad Crispy or whatever? That's what I don't know if that's what she's talking about. I'm thinking about the Spawn live action, because he did call, like, Al, like, Crispy at one point. I don't know, might be a completely different wavelengths here. A little bitty bit of the window. No one's gonna notice that. All right, all right. The arch is probably like, oh, we can get that up there. Yeah, they actually have like a Spawn collectible up, like a Spawn action figure up at Walgreens. I've been considering getting. They got it's like a Ninja Spawn one they got up there. Cause like I've got like back then I used to like collect the toys a lot, but currently all I've got is like is a little statue from GameStop. I got like a Spawn from Mortal Kombat, which I'm hoping that like another place I'll be able to actually properly display it somewhere. I'll have more room. Okay, at least the rear wall's cleaned. Yeah, it is. Yeah, there's definitely a bit of a delay, Sammy. It might be your internet. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, I figured there was. That's the reason I wasn't like, I figured that might have been what it was going on, like, with the replies. Because, yeah, everyone else is kind of like, it's a bit quick or whatever, but I kind of like, yeah. You're good, though. That's when I've just kind of like, just been like waiting, like, letting it catch back up. The chum bucket shouldn't be like as bad to clean. Yeah, but John Leguizamo actually was pretty good as clown in the movie though. And of course, Michael Jai White Michael Jai White did pretty good as Spawn. I know for a while we were supposed to be getting like a new like Spawn movie, but it's supposed to be like more like horror focal. And they were actually talking, I think, at one point about not even really actually having Spawn show up a lot in it, just gonna have like the whole urban legend aspect of him. I was like, no, y'all can't like do a Spawn movie without him actually showing up, or it's gonna be like just kind of like a thing where it's gonna, I mean, because yeah, Spawn definitely in a lot of ways is like it's kind of like a horror focal-ish, series. When you think about what happened to Al or whatever, I mean, yeah, he's definitely been through the ringer a lot more than some heroes have. But at times I kind of feel like it's like hard to gauge like who had like a worse origin story, him or Batman. I mean, Batman, yeah, lost both his parents; they were shot right in front of him, and obviously extremely traumatizing, of course. So Batman definitely had like a very tragic backstory. On the other hand, Superman or whatever, he basically lost his entire the vast majority, like practically almost all of his like civilization. But at the same time, he also was too young to really actually remember it. He was a baby at the time. But still, like, there's probably like the whole thing, like, also like coming to terms with like being like one of the last of your species. But yeah, definitely. But then like with Al though, with Spawn, like the whole thing of like basically being betrayed by people you trusted. Basically, becoming like a possible like soldier for what's basically the devil himself. And then like you're pretty much dead, and every single day you want to like you're seeing like the woman that you love involved with someone else, and you want to be there with her. You want like you're basically seeing her live her life without you. And a lot of things are kind of like pointing that she misses you and everything, and she hasn't entirely moved on, I guess. And you're basically having to step back knowing you can't be with her. So when you look at it, I mean, Batman, I mean, even though it wasn't his family or whatever, even though it's not his mother and father, he still basically has like, another family, with like, with Nightwing and, Red Robin or what, either way, like basically Dick, Tim, Jason, Barbara and all of them. He basically, made like a new family. Even though obviously it's not necessarily the same, they're pretty much his adopted kids. But, or adopted family. But, with Al, basically, the main family, he's got, like, in the Spawn series, pretty much for the most part, even though, like, Wanda, heavily, seen as she basically probably still loves him. basically the Spawn's like main family, you know, is the bums in Rat City. Yeah, definitely Alfred. I don't know what I was thinking. Yep, Alfred, definitely. For sure. Here it is, like, you know, I'm definitely, like, you know, the whole team of, like, you know, making sure, you know, love me some Alfred, and I forgot all about him. I feel bad for that. I mean, believe me when I say this, if we actually got, like, another Batman Arkham game and it was focused entirely on, like, a backstory for Alfred, I'd be sold. I don't care. I would totally, like, play, like, an Alfred origin story, like, his time in, like, I can't remember. I know he served. I can't remember if like he was like, you know, British Special Forces or what it was. I can't remember. I think he was military. But I totally would like, you know, love like even if it was just, like DLC for a Batman game or whatever, to actually, you know, play like something where, you know, we got to see like, you know, Alfred in his prime. I would be all about that. I mean, I remember like because we were talking about Gex earlier. I remember like in Gex in I think Gex 3, or like or actually in the Gex series, like you know, Gex actually had a butler named Alfred. I like how the jellyfish is making a fly noise. It's like, what the hell is that? Well, yeah, I mean, I think, like, honestly, Alfred is probably, like, one of the few ones that probably could, like, you know, tell Bruce off and get away with it. Like, and Bruce wouldn't have anything to say back. I remember Batman Arkham Origins, without really going into detail for, like, those that haven't played it, there was, like, a very emotional scene in that where, basically, you know, Alfred, like, you know, outright, you know, tried to stop, you know, Bruce when he was, like, going back out, try to fight crime, and, like, he basically told him he was forbidden him from going. We got clean. All right, we got to clean that, too. And let's just say there was, like, a scene that happened afterwards that basically is one of those few times where it basically, let's just say, something happened with Alfred afterwards. So they haven't played Arkham Origins. Something happened with Alfred after this, and Bruce is right there tending to him, and it actually has like police radios and everything going off, like basically where he's hearing like you know stuff going out in the city, and it's like one of those times you actually see Batman ignore it. Like he's actually you know trying to like save Alfred, and he just completely ignores the crime, and that's shows basically to me that one scene like gave so much emotion to it. Because normally, obviously, the whole thing with Batman is that, you know, his, like, dedication to fighting crime is unwavering. And he basically just puts that aside just because he's trying to save this man. Master Bruce, what's the point of all those push-ups if you can't lift a bloody beam? I can't sound like Alfred to save my life, but pretty much. And that's honestly one of the things I hated. One of the few things I hated about like the that Batman cartoon we got not long ago. That basically was supposed to be like kind of like a callback to the '90s Batman show. And it had like each time it focused on a different villain. I wasn't really a fan of like how like Bruce treated Alfred there, but towards the end of the series, he basically I think it was like they're still trying to portray like him and his infamy as Batman, trying to learn. But it really made me mad seeing like you know Bruce. If y'all haven't watched it, I can't remember the name of the series. I think I watched it last year. But it was like a series where they focus on a different villain each time, like normal. I mean, Onomatopoeia even got like an episode. And that's like a Batman villain I would like to see in one of the video games. Even though it would be hard for to portray him because he's one of those things where he translates better to paper than Which, you know, when they did the episode for him, it wasn't really that bad. Basically, you know, it's just like when it translates better to paper when he's doing the word bubbles. Yeah, that one, K Crusader. That's it. But it's literally like they had like one for Onomatopoeia, and the whole thing with him has always been like in the comics, like you know he pretty much has the word bubbles where he's pretty much you know voicing like a sound someone's supposed to make, but they had him say it in on the show, and it still worked. But I mean, you know, as far as like you know the way they portrayed him in that, but I just hate like one thing I hated about the show was just the way that Bruce was a complete ass towards Alfred. Which, you know, he basically softened up, like, I think, like, by the last episode. But I was like, no, no. And in most of the Batman stories I've read or whatever, there'll be tension between, like, Bruce and Alfred at times. That just basically because, like, Alfred's worried about Bruce. But a lot of times, like, you know, the main tension or whatever will be, like, you know, Alfred will, like, I've seen a lot of times, like, Alfred will make food for him, and it'll get cold or whatever. It's like, well, I guess I'll warm the food up, sir. Like, one thing I love about Origins, because Alfred will speak to you over, like, the voice, like, over the intercom or whatever, over, like, the communicator. And I remember there's, like, one part where, like, because Origins takes place on Christmas Eve. And then afterwards, out of nowhere, like, you know, Alfred would, like, you know, would call and, like, wish you, say, Merry Christmas, sir. And then, like, Batman would say it back to him. And I was like, aw. Best thing, I've got, like, a good bunch of, like, you know, paperbacks for Batman. I've got Year One. I've got The Long Halloween. Definitely one of my favorites. The Killing Joke. Obviously a classic. I've got, like, you know, the first two, like, you know, omnibus volumes of Nightfall. Haven't read the second one yet because that's when Azrael took over. I think I've got Year Zero, I think, is what it is. There's, like, a bunch of them I've got. Like, a bunch of, like, trade paperbacks I've, you know, picked up for Batman over the years. The Long Halloween is definitely one of my favorites. And also, you know, of course, I've got Under the Red Hood. You know, that's another one of my favorites because I love Red Hood. It's perfection. I love The Long Halloween. If you haven't read it, amazing. One of the best stories. And also, I've got, like, the stuff for, like, the Court of Owls and everything. Yeah, Injustice. Yeah, I've loved the games, but I'm just kind of, like, actually scared to read the comics just because I know about where that body count goes. But I've got both Injustice and Justice 2. And also, I've got, like, the first. I still need to get the third one, but I do have, like, the first two Batman and TMNTs. I know I probably could have been definitely done with the Krusty Krab where if I would have been paying attention, but again, rambling, and I'm fine with that. Yeah, I don't care. We're gonna finish. We're probably still gonna, like, finish the DLC tonight because we're still making decent time. What people have said of the DLC. I think we're supposed to have, like, a couple more jobs after this because we're on job 3, I think. Yeah, and that's one thing I will say about the New 52 and everything I liked. I mean, I didn't really, like, read a whole bunch of New 52. One of the things I definitely saw so much on is how they actually, you know, made Aquaman into, you know, not a wuss. They actually made him, like, actually terrifying. And basically a similar thing in the first Injustice game. Like, you know, Arthur, you know, Aquaman, like, his little super attack he does, where basically he sends, like, you know, he pretty much just skewers them on a try, and then, like, you know, basically just lets the Great White get a hold of them. But yeah, I mean, supposedly there's, like, talks that we're gonna be getting another, like, Batman Arkham game, and I really hope we do. I'm hoping they actually definitely do things right here compared to the Suicide Squad game, which I've got that. I got it for free on the PS5, and I do still want to play it. I mean, I know that game bombed and everything, but you know, it sucks or whatever because, like, you know, Suicide Squad is, like, such a, you know, unique, you know, bunch of characters and all that. But I do hope we do get a new Batman game, Arkham game, because I got, like, I played, like, each of the other ones for this channel. I played, like, you know, Asylum, or replayed through Asylum, or Origins, Asylum, City, and Night. And I do have the VR one. I got that for free when I got my Quest 3. And I do want to eventually play that. And that's coming. Probably, like, maybe sometime this year. I don't know. It's gonna be coming to the channel eventually because I want to get back to doing VR content, but it's too hot right now. Yeah, I still want to like sit down and just give it a chance and everything. I mean, I know it's gonna be bad. But I'm also like one of those that everyone was talking so much about, like Gotham Knights. It's like I'm just gonna still play it myself, and I loved Gotham Knights. I wish I could have like actually had like a team to play it, like people to play it with, because I think it would be even better. But still, for a solo experience, I still enjoyed it. I love the storytelling and everything, and okay, let me see the. And the thing is, that's what I just like really like about, you know, when I get a chance to do this with you guys, when I just get to sit down and talk to y'all about comic books, 90s shows, and everything. You'll love it. I mean, don't worry about what reviews say or whatever. It's clunky. If you played any of the Arkham games, I will say the combat's a little bit clunkier, but I loved it. It was fun. It was a blast. Yeah, and it's the thing about it is that I'll go ahead and say it wasn't perfect. You know, I think a lot of people went in there with the expectation it was gonna be like, you know, like an Arkham style game, and it wasn't. It's basically like one of those things where, you know, what I loved about it is that you're not locked to a particular character. Without spoilers, you're not locked to a certain character. You know, you can play as which one you want for each mission. So you can kind of like, you know, switch it out. Like, okay, well, I ain't played as this one. I ain't played as like Jason in a while. I'm gonna go and play as Jason. It's like, okay, well, you know, I ain't played as like, you know, Nightwing in a bit. Let me go and get on that. Yeah. And each of them had their own like different styles to them. Like Nightwing, I think was like more balanced. Barbara, I think was like probably like the quickest. Like Tim, of course, was the little gadget head, and Jason was the tank. And it was really interesting just seeing like, you know, who showed up, and they had like some pretty solid like, you know, little side missions. Yeah, I'm definitely making sure I don't spoil anything for you. I mean, I did a whole playthrough for it on my YouTube channel, but I'm just gonna say this straight up, you know, without spoilers: the prison riot scene. That's all I'm gonna say. But again, like if you go in there, like the combat wasn't anywhere near like, because the thing was with obviously like a lot of people they think is when a Batman game comes out, it has to have like Arkham style combat to it, you know, with like, you know, blocking all the blocking attacks and have like, you know, all the free flow stuff and everything. And it doesn't do that, and I still like what they did with the combat. Each character had like their own different style, different way you had to play them. They had like their own way of like getting like they basically got like the traversal was pretty fun at times. Like as far as like, you know, the way they let you get around the city, it had like a crab load of collectibles. But the story was pretty well done also. And just kind of like seeing like, you know, how like, you know, the different members of the Bat family, you know, interact with each other and try like, you know, grow closer and everything. And they definitely did like, you know, portray like some good stuff with like with Red Hood. Based, I guess, like in the whole sense of like him basically, you know, trying to let's just say I think like whole thing with him like trying to pretty much connect with them. I guess I don't know if it was really like he kind of had a disconnection with the family, but also it's just like, you know, him, I think like, you know, coming out of the Lazarus pit or whatever, and him still trying to you know, basically, you know, deal with the trauma from that. Yeah, I mean, I'm a sucker for Batman for like the Arkham combat. I mean, because like how long I've been playing the series. I mean, I like both. I mean, because I didn't expect like, you know, I didn't go into Origins like expecting, or like I didn't expect going into Night for them to do anything similar to that.
Was covered in dirt, has one round leg, and likes hopping a lot.
I think Squirt's rubbing off on him.
Because whatever it is, it just left.
What? Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of games that like that definitely did like start using it. I mean, it definitely like was innovative because like I like that Knights did his own thing. I personally feel like it definitely they could have got away with using the Arkham style combat system like the free flow combat. I mean even Deadpool did it, and obviously not just like Shattered Dimensions like the Marvel all the Marvel Spider-Man games have like used something similar to it. There's some of them that have like used like the whole Batman Arkham style combat with like the blocks, like the reversals, and using different types of gadgets and trying to get like a better score and everything. But like I said, I kind of like that they did their own thing with Gotham Knights, where like each character had like a very diverse style that you had to utilize and understand. And also like pretty much in the sense they also had like the leveling mechanic where you had like better gear and actually level your character. Otherwise, you were gonna have a bad time. I mean, with the Arkham games, you basically, as long as you knew how to use the system, where you can go in there and basically beat down everyone. But like Gotham Knights, it really like you had to actually be like equipped. You had to really like go and spec your gear, like and make sure you were actually had the proper loadouts and everything to be able to like handle what was going on. You still haven't got past him? I remember like when I first met you or whatever, you were talking about how much you hated Killer Croc, and I was trying to give you pointers. Yeah, Croc was. Remember this? I was looking at my little Batman wall back there. I couldn't remember if I ever got like my Killer Croc box figure replaced. I had like an Arkham Croc figure, but I never got it replaced because I took it out of the box not long after I got it because I didn't have like shelf space at the time. Yeah. Well, the good news is you get past Croc. I won't say like how much more you got, but Croc is like one of the last hurdles of the game. So really, you're not that far off from beating the game. I'm not gonna say anything else, but he's basically like one of the last bits. Yeah. Yeah, and well, Freeze actually is the best fight in Arkham City. Is it the best fight in Arkham City? So that's the whole thing with Freeze, where he really actually makes you like put on your thinking cap on how to actually yeah, him and Ivy. But yeah, Freeze in City was the best boss. But that's one of the things I loved about like Arkham, like Knight. Especially with the like each game had like some pretty awesome boss battles. But I like Arkham Knight because like just how like diverse they were. I mean, Origins like definitely was pretty awesome with its boss battles too. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Bane for me was actually tougher in Origins than he was in Asylum. Because really it was just like the whole thing of like, okay, just smack him with a batarang, jump out of the way. And of course, like you exploit like the typical Bane weakness, which was the venom tanks. Or like the venom supply. I want to say probably like my favorite boss battle outside of Croc though. Scarecrow had the best. Like to me was like definitely like was one of the massive highlights of Asylum. Scarecrow definitely was like a show stealer. Like with Scarecrow, like it made me think of like whenever like that stuff started happening, it made me think of like Eternal Darkness, Sandy's Requiem on the GameCube. Which for those who never played that, Eternal Darkness, it was a game that heavily messed with you, like heavily. I actually streamed on this channel not long ago. So the whole thing with like Eternal's Darkness is they had something called sanity effects. Your character had a sanity meter, and if it got too low, they would start like hallucinating, and weird stuff would happen. And it basically would get to the point where it seemed like the game itself was like actually toying with you. Like you go and try to save, it will give you like a thing saying like erasing all your save data. Sometimes out of nowhere, it would. One of my favorites was like you're right there playing. You go through a door or whatever. All of a sudden, it says to be continued. Like thanks for playing the demo. To be continued in Eternal Darkness. So it actually would make it would give you like a thing to make you think you were playing a demo. Like Eternal Darkness was very innovative for its time. I don't think I've actually really seen. I know I've seen other games like do something with sandy meters, nothing like what Eternal Darkness did. And I think we were supposed to have got a sequel, but never did. But literally, it was like this whole thing where, you know, you'd be walking out of nowhere, your character's head would fall off. One of the characters had like a gun he would use. I think it actually might have been a few characters, and when you're trying to reload the gun, they would accidentally like, you know, shoot themselves in the, I think shoot themselves. Like Eternal Darkness, like got really wild with like some of the stuff it did. There was another one I think that was like a standout. Oh yeah, like sometimes you'll go in a room and you'll be walking on the ceiling, like the entire room would be inverted. Okay, let's go ahead and finish this, then we go over. And the chum bucket shouldn't take too long, because it's literally just... That's what I was trying to finish, but... But another thing about Eternal Darkness, though, that was really cool was that they had, like, so many characters you could play, like, so many characters to play as. They had, like, a bunch of different chapters, and each one had, like, a different character throughout, like, time, and, like, some of their stories actually will be linked. Like, you'll be playing as one, and then there'll be, like, a callback, and then, like, then you'll go and play as another one, it'll be a callback to someone else you played as. So they definitely had, like, some really good, like, storytelling with Eternal Darkness, and I wish we would have got another game. Especially with some of the stuff they can get away with, like, modern consoles. Like, I can only imagine, like, if someone had on an Xbox, and, I mean, it would be, like, absolutely terrifying this happened. I mean, I think it'd be taking it too far, but picture of, like, there was, like, some way that they had, like, Eternal Darkness 2 or something on the Xbox, and then, like, out of nowhere, like, the screen, like, went, like, you know, dark or whatever, and then, like, you know, you saw, like, a red ring light up on the Xbox, and then, like, you hear the character say this isn't really happening. So it actually does, like, a fake red ring of death. But that would definitely be taking it too far, also, because that would make someone think that their Xbox actually is broken. Plus, I don't know, like, how the game would actually be able to do that. Okay, is it under the... Because we're missing, like, that's the thing, like, this whole spackle thing or whatever. It's really tricky to kind of see, like, what else is... I said that the chum bucket shouldn't take too long to, spin it, like, do, because it's literally just circular. Still ain't completely clean the base. Okay, we'll just do like this. That worked. I'm surprised that actually it worked as well as it did. I mean, I'm just spraying around seeing if I can just, like, randomly catch it. Because, I mean, it worked, like, before, but... I can't really... I wonder. Huh? That works. So, okay, so that's the thing. See, this didn't count. See, you actually can kind of see it. All right, whatever. All right, let's go do this, and anything left we'll come back to. I need to go ahead and get this finished, because we should have, like, around 2 more jobs. Still wish we would at least seen, like, a Krusty Krab is unfair sign somewhere out there. Yeah, this really shouldn't take me that long. So I have to go out there and clean the top, but... Alright, if I use, like, the... I probably just get away with using a short extension. That'll do it. That gives me, like, just enough without it being too... I think when you use the longer ones, I think, like, you don't really get, like, wave it as much or whatever and cover as much ground. because it definitely kind of feels like this DLC has been kind of going by a little bit quick. Even though, like I said, probably would be quicker if I was like focusing more. But again, I've been enjoying talking to you guys. I always enjoy talking to you guys, and that's basically meaning I love doing about like the Powerwash streams is that nothing like there's no high octane combat. It's I got more of my focus, so basically it's like a chance for me, I guess, like to spray and say, as I'm calling it, as I basically probably just coined it right there or just said it. Pretty much where I can just like just spray this thing, spray everything down and just talk or whatever, and yeah. I know I got like a big rabbit hole to go down if I'm gonna start like watching SpongeBob stuff, but definitely has me interested. I know I probably would have understood like stuff a bit more and everything, but it made me excited, like kind of like just like seeing people in the chat like referencing something. So I guess I wonder if that's Rust. That's I know like in some of the other maps I played where we had to deal with Rust and everything, but thankfully, because I don't know if like this would be considered like as powerful as like the Prime Vista Pro. But because I was talking about the Ghostbusters DLC again earlier, and I could really actually kind of see them doing something. Because for one thing, when you look at your character, you basically are walking around with something that looks almost like a proton pack. Patrick, you're a genius. Those dirt circles on a chump bucket are exactly the same as those left on our house at Con Street. So it's planked behind everything. Unless it's not plankton doing this. Let's investigate. You can't go around being a big dirt heaving hopper without someone seeing something. But yeah, like I said, what I was saying is that basically, this thing looks kind of like a proton pack or whatever. So just picture like, that's what you can do with the Ghostbusters DLC. Like in the second game. Be it if it just like sprays water or just like this, I kind of like see them saying something about, okay, well, it has to be like a special type of like, pack. Special type of like, you can't just like clean up like, ghost residue or ectoplasm just with water. So it'd have to be like some kind of like special, sprayer, and like the water will have like some kind of effect to it, like it'll be blue or something. It'll be like some kind of like, some kind of like, basically some kind of like, substance that Egon came up with that's designed to, basically specifically clean up ectoplasm. So I just really do feel like Ghostbusters would just be a perfect DLC for them to do like a do something for. With the fact that we've had like a few like Ghostbusters movies come out like past few years. Honestly, we're really solid. Alright, we're gonna have to like use the scaffolding. I mean, I would just really love to see them do Ghostbusters for for the second game, and with them like doing like licensed DLC and seeing like how like well it's worked. I feel like that would be like a, hopefully if we're lucky we can get like some license like pretty quickly after they release it. I'm having fun. They probably gonna like focus on like because like how they did like some of the levels in this one. I think I can't remember if it was like for the main level. I don't think it's for the main story, but I think like for like the bonus levels, that was like community stuff. So I'm guessing that they do it the same way as they did before. They're gonna like do like some contest like the basically for the players to have levels like add to the game, and then they'll start doing licensed stuff. I'm pretty sure for the second one we're gonna get more licensed levels, no doubt about it. Problem is I gotta get this thing closer. Plus side to it is that we're basically about done. Let me see if I can kind of jump over there. It's gonna take a... Yeah, I couldn't get a running start there. Well, let me, like, finish the walls up first, and then we'll... Yeah, that explains that we got, like, a lot we missed here, because I think I was, like, so busy, like, trying to clean up the other upper spots. I wasn't really paying attention to the... Let's see if we can get, like... Also, this is probably gonna be, like, some of the, around the layers is gonna probably be, like, a bit more of the, Jeez, okay. So it's just... As... That's weird. It wasn't, like, let me put that close before. That was odd. Probably the way I had it, rotated. Okay. Okay, let me get around over here and see what we... I still am missing one of the letters. Let's see. No? Maybe I'm not. I might jump down here for nothing. I think I might already got all the letters. Oops. Okay, yeah, so... Alright. Very least it'll just be the top we got clean. We shouldn't have too much more to do after that. Well, that and the hand. Okay, let me get this around and get the back of the hand. Oh, yeah. I'm still just, like, you know, just trying to, like, just process the absurdity of, like, cleaning stuff underwater with water. So do I have to clean the handle, too? Yeah. Apparently so. Okay, alright, that actually worked really well. I think this is all part of the glove as well. Yeah, that's actually what I was thinking. I just like to just imagine mine works better, it's heavier, because it's got, like, you know, it's just like just some standard tap water. Like, it's got, like, a bunch of stuff like iron and, you know, other, like, you know, minerals that's not filtered. So it's just, I'm just, like, using standard tap water to clean this. And it's just, like, all, like, the heavy minerals and everything is... Of course, it's just basically the equivalent of, like, basically anything was like, okay, it's cartoons, you know, logic goes out the door. Just like Wallace and Gromit. You know, how they're able to, like, breathe on the moon. You know, like how can they breathe on the moon or whatever, like without like, you know, breathing equipment or whatever, without, you know, spacesuits. And it's like it's a cartoon. Like literally it's like you're questioning like how they like in this like, you know, universe the moon is literally made of cheese, and you're questioning how they can walk on the moon without a breathing without like, you know, breathing equipment. When the moon's made out of cheese. Okay. Ah. I'm just going. I'm trying to. Okay. What the hell? What in the world? Just. Okay. Whatever. So I don't even want to know like what this fist like, you know, got rammed up. We're not even gonna go there. We're just not gonna go there. That fist like it got up to something. Oh god, it does like the fish from SmackDown. And that definitely was like one like I missed the fist. That was like definitely one of WWE's like, you know, better like, you know, designs for their events. I missed the fist. I remember like, you know, in the old SmackDown games you could fight on top of it. Yeah, like I remember like the old SmackDown games, like back when it was like more cartoony. Oh, that's awesome. You actually seen the fist? But I remember like, you know, so many like times I would like but I just remember like, you know, so many like little things me and my friends like when I like people I played like, you know, SmackDown, like the old SmackDown games with. We said like so many like, you know, just like things like matches we settled like on top of that fist. Oh yeah, totally. Me, my created character had the last ride. So between that and then doing like swantons. So I remember like the one map that was like the city or whatever. I think I came. I think it was in. I think it was like Here Comes the Pain, where you could fight in the city, and they had like and they had like the helicopter you could grab onto. I remember like doing a 5-star, like, you know, like having someone on a car on that one, and then like doing a 5-star off of a building. Oh yeah, and that was still crazy. Like the fact they put Fred Durst in one of the games, but that was like also like back when they had like a. I mean, we had in Ready to Rumble boxing, we had like I think like, you know, Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton, and we had like Michael Jackson. Yeah, it was Here Comes the Pain. All right. It's probably like up there on the knuckles. Well, not really the knuckles, but Yeah, I mean that's the thing. Like I remember like betting guest characters like at times would be wild. I mean, it still is like pretty crazy today with like some of the guest characters. Like just look at Mortal Kombat, like some of the ones we've got, like all the horror icons that have shown up. And I keep on wishing NetherRealm's okay. Y'all were putting all these horror icons in Mortal Kombat. I want to see an actual horror fighting game. I mean, there is one out there called Terradrome. I think you can still play like the version of it before they called it Rise of the Legends. They made it more about cryptids. But for those who don't know, because this actually is something I'm going to bring up, because I know I got some horror fans in the stream at the moment. This is actually a thing, and this game like was fun, but it was so difficult. I couldn't even get past the first round. They actually have a fighting horror game. I don't know if you can still get like this version of it. Let me actually pull it up here. Called Terradrome. And it was really wild for the factor that, you actually had like actual horror icons. So this is actually a thing. There's actually a game where they did this, and it had Leatherface, Freddy Krueger, Ash from Evil Dead, Michael Myers, Chucky, Jason Voorhees, Ghostface, the tall man from Phantasm. I mean, they even had Matt Cordell from Maniac Cop. And that's like one of the more obscure like horror movies, but still like one I loved all three of the movies. They had Matt Cordell, Candyman. Oh, yeah, they had like two different versions of Jason. Yeah, they had like the undead version of him and like the living version of him. I keep forgetting his name from Reanimator. Herbert West, Pinhead, and they also had Pumpkinhead. And the game was actually wild. They had fatalities and everything, but it was so difficult. Like, the computer was absolutely broken in that game. But I don't think they actually are doing active development on that one anymore. I can't remember. But they did, like, put one called, like, I think, Terradrome, like, Rise of the Legends, I think. And it had, like, cryptids. And the thing is, the game had a story and everything. Like, each character had, like, a story mode to them and had, like, whole move sets. I think, like, they had, like, pre-fight animations. Like, when Michael came in, like, he actually kind of dropped down from the ceiling, like I think he did in one of the movies. And I think even, like, one of his attacks where he actually straight busts him upside the head with, like, I think his sister's tombstone. Like in the living version of Jason had the harpoon gun, which is how he first got his which is like right after he first got his mask. I'm pretty sure probably like some cease and desist and everything involved in it. Because like I said, I don't think they're developing on it anymore. I mean, I'm pretty sure he isn't. I don't know. I mean, I haven't actually really followed it in a while, but oh yeah, it would have. And to me, that was like one of the best eras of like horror. And that's honestly the thing. The game actually does function a lot like Mortal Kombat. Now you say that. And I mean, it is free. I don't know if it's still available to download, but it was free when I was like following it and everything. But again, it was definitely one of those things I wish I had like someone to play, with, because the computer was just an outright cheater. Like I'm good. I feel like I'm decent at fighting games, and I couldn't beat the computer once in that game if I'm right. I mean, it was still fun, and like, it was pretty cool. Like the character animations were cool and everything, and the stage designs were awesome. Oh yeah, just 2 words: Shao Kahn. And that's basically how it was. It basically like literally like very first fight or whatever. It's like I was fighting Shao Kahn, but worse. I mean, at least in like some of the more modern Mortal Kombats, and like with Mortal Kombat 9, where you could definitely like kind of cheese him back. I mean, for me, when I fought him in like Mortal Kombat 9, simple solution: just use a noob Cybot. The moment he tried to like use that use one of his attacks, I teleported, and so that way I kind of like went right across the stage and it caught him like when he was in the middle of his animation, so he couldn't block, and dropped him on his head. And Scorpion was really good, like solid like character to use for him as well. Wait. Yeah, so Yeah, I'm still like kind of like seeing a few things here I got to get aware, but hopefully like the last two, because that's the thing. I thought this one got to take that long, but again, a lot of it's because I don't have my trident. But again, I feel like me not using it has kind of like been humbling me a little bit because I depend on that way too much before. But I'm still intent on finishing this tonight. Okay, at least that's all I had to do for that. You know, and that kind of makes me think of like a actual horror series, like a horror movie. I'd love to see them. I just thought it would make some pretty cool DLC, just 'cause, like they actually did have like some messy stuff in it. What if we got some Killer Clown from Outer Space DLC for this? I would totally be for that. Of course, we really want to get into one, and I don't care what anyone says. This is a Christmas movie. I don't care what anyone says. I would actually like to see them do a DLC for the Gremlins. Mars Attacks, yes. That would be perfect. Because that... Okay, yeah. So that's probably like Rise of the Legends or whatever. Yeah, because I mean, between like Mars Attacks and Gremlins, just because like both of those movies like just had like such a mess in the end. The worst thing about it is, when you think about Gremlins, here's the problem here. We're using water. Yeah, I watched, I think, the first one, or it might have been the second one I watched, but never the first one. But the main thing I remember, like, was the bullfrogs. Butter. Yeah, I went and saw that with someone, like, you know, at, like, you know, the Dollar Theater. It had been out for a bit, and so we got in there and watched it, like, one night after we, like, ate at Zaxby's. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was the second one I seen. Oh, yeah. The closest theater that we had, it wasn't actually, like, a $1 one, but still, like, they were pretty cheap. Unfortunately, they closed down. It was like 17 miles away. I think, like, the last movie me and Mickey D43, I think, saw there. I can't remember if it was, like, one of the Jurassic Park. I think it was a Marvel movie. I can't remember which one. Oh, yeah, for sure. And that's one of the things about, like, you know, because I gave, like, Amber Wolf 17 and Rocket Nachos, you know, my old Quest 2, and I got the Quest 3 now. And, I can't remember if Elginox has a Quest, but I know that, Big D43 has one. And we've been, like, you know, talking about trying to get, like, you know, little movie nights together, you know, using that. Because big screen, like, you know, is basically, you know, just, it's really good for it. In the sense you actually can have, like, little, like, popcorn and everything, have, like, little avatars. You can just sit down watching movies and everything like you're in the room. Oh, yeah. And that one was one I tolerated, but I mainly watched it for Jackie Earle Haley. Just because, you know, I love, like, how he portrayed, how he did his Rorschach in the live action Watchmen. And I think he played a decent Freddy Krueger. It just wasn't the greatest movie, but I still think he was an okay Freddy Krueger. Like, he was able to get, he did so good with his voice. And whenever, like, you know, I hear, like, you know, I read Watchmen, you know, I picture, like, you know, the Rorschach's journal stuff in his voice. Like, literally, you know, when we were, like, you know, playing Gary's Mod recently, and I was using, like, Rorschach as, like, my avatar, I was like, and I was like doing like Rorschach's journal voices. I was doing the whole Rorschach's journal. But yeah, Desolation Row. Like My Chemical Romance is that version of Desolation Row. Because they had like the Watchmen, they had like a recent like a cartoon thing. I still need to watch the second part of it, but basically I think it was supposed to be verbatim, to the movie, to the cartoon, or not the cartoon, the comic. And the guy who played Rorschach on that did good, but it just kind of felt like it was forced at times. It wasn't anything on him. I still think he did a solid job, but I guess I'm just kind of like more biased towards like Jackie Earle Haley. It's not to take away from the guy like he was like, doing the voicing, but... Alright, here we go. Alright. Let's get to work. Handle pins. I thought we already did that. Alright, so it's gotta be the handle pin on this time. This side. Okay, at least we're almost done with this. Alright, roof planks. Oh, literally this one right here. Okay, there we go. All right. Oh, there's multiple roof planks we got to get. All right, and the flag rope. Maybe this should about do it. Not quite. All right, it's got to be up. All right, let's spray up under here and I'll get it. All right, finally. Should have taken me that long to clean all that, but again, they took my trident away, so that's definitely kind of nerfed me. Sweet mother of the mother of pearl. You saved yet the day yet, so ye have. Just in time for opening hour. It pays you straight away, so don't you worry about money. I've already taken it out of Squidward's wages. Say, you haven't seen me cook, have ye? Young SpongeBob's gone missing, and these patties aren't going to flip themselves. Crap. I hope you ain't trying to hire me. Look, I flip things from, dirty to clean. Not that. The patty wagon. Right. Fish paste. That muck spreader struck again last night. This time it's hit Mr. Krabs' patty wagon. No one's seen a filthy hopper anywhere, so it looks like we're back to square one. My friend Sandy Cheeks is coming over to help me investigate. She's the smartest aquatic squirrel I know. Together, we'll get to the bottom of this. Let's split up. We'll search for clues in the dirt, and you wash it all away with your shouty water cannon. Wait, hold on. Did he upgrade? I thought for a second they upgraded my thing, but... Oh, yeah, this ain't gonna take long at all. Holy mackerel, SpongeBob said things were messy, but this here is muckier than a mad moose in a marsh. Anyhow, don't mind me. I'm just gonna quietly go about my detecting business. Hold up, before we do this... We're looking for three means motive and three ends means motive and opportunity. Huh. But first, the crime scene itself. I guess all right. Looks like some kind of spontaneous certification. I like how we're doing, crime scene cleaner or whatever. I ain't even got to that game yet. Which, that'll probably be, the Wednesday after, we got one more, Powerwash episode after this. Hopefully if I can do the Midgard pack in one night. Which I should be able to. None of its surroundings are affected, just the wagon itself. Is that like a con street, the Krusty Krab, and the Chum Bucket? It's almost like they've been repeatedly pecked at by some mysterious and hostile beast of the deep. Whatever did this has one almighty mouth on its hands, or should I say its face? Or faces. Could it be the Plankton Army? How does she talk? I bet you I'm way off on it. I don't know if I've ever actually heard her talk. I know who Sandy is. Plankton is only interested in the secret Krabby's Patty formula. Is there anyone or anything who would have a vendetta against so many people? So she kind of has more of a countryist accent. Is there anyone or anything who would have a vendetta against so many people? And who could pull off such a stunt without anyone noticing? Yeah, I just heard her a little bit, and I'm trying to basically sound more like her. I'm going to go ahead and say, there's some voices I can do okay, some I can't, rogues. Bear with me. Also, I'm not a professional voice actor. Let's just go and get this thing clean. Like I said, I went into this tonight telling you guys straight up, I'm not like, the most versed on SpongeBob. I want to mainly do this for, like, those, who frequent my channel, I know, like, who watch it. There's only one I know who has the suspiciousness, the speed, the guile, and the diameter to do such a thing. I feel like I was closer, like, to Plankton's accent than I am, like, Sandy's. Again, at least this has me, like, more interested in watching the show, too. It's got to be. All right, let us finish this job. Hush. Don't y'all judge. 1 minute. I just need to recharge my device. I think I'm just trying to get all up in these buns. Yeah, last thing, I mean, I'm trying to keep it entertaining. I mean, I didn't go with this like expecting, like, to outright voice them or whatever. I got, like, some voices I can do okay, but some I kind of, like, frequent a lot during my streams. Like, I know it's, like, like during my Chrono Trigger stuff, like, the way I voice the guards, like, the accents I've tried to give them. It's like, what do you do with the princess? And stuff like that, but... I guess, like, one reason I've been trying to do, like, a lot of voices, like, during my streams at times or whatever as well is because I'm trying to get in practice for when I get back to doing, like, D&D with Dave. Hopefully it won't be too long, from now. Because Dave came in talking about it tonight and everything, and the whole factor with my character being a master of disguise. Like, when we were, like, playing before, like, I was having, like, a different voice for every character. Like that, Buster personified. Of course, I'm definitely excited to bring back Sriracha Peabody, though. Because I don't think Dave's going to be ready for that, though, but... Sriracha definitely was, like, one of my favorites that I came up with for Buster. Let's see, there was Sriracha Peabody, Posh Robinson. That's like the main ones I remember. But I think it was about 4 or 5 I came up with. I think I still got my D&D journal or whatever that I bought or whatever, and I know I didn't erase all my character notes or whatever, so it's probably like the names I came up with are still there. But Sriracha was definitely the most eccentric. I kind of had him talking with like, I kind of like got inspired by sort of like a Joey Wheeler accent. So his whole, like, Sriracha's whole thing was like, he was the spice and made you think, made you look twice. Open the hood. Oh, okay. But yeah, he was like, he basically called himself the spice that made you look twice. And like his other tagline was like, hey, you ain't never gonna find another me body like Sriracha Peabody and stuff like that. But the whole point behind him was like he was the character I just came with just to, basically, yeah. The whole thing with like when I came up with Sriracha Peabody, it was just a character just to try to annoy the hell out of everyone. Like he was extremely arrogant. Like he was very much the opposite of what Buster was, because Buster's whole thing was like, okay, you know, Buster knows he's good with his skills with the arrow and as a thief and everything, but he's also very compassionate, always like trying to like look out for others and everything. Well, Sriracha basically when Buster like personified Sriracha Peabody, he was an asshole. Alive was just like, you know, him like just trying to test like what all he could get away with. Honestly, it makes it. This toy looks like something that would be like a tilt-a-whirl at a carnival or something. But I would totally ride this thing. I mean, that's the thing. The seat looks comfortable. But we were also talking about Courage the Cowardly Dog earlier. I just kind of thought about something. There's this shirt that I was wanting on like the site that I sometimes like shop at Once Upon a Tea. It's actually like see if I can actually look it up for you guys real quick. They have this pretty awesome shirt. It just came to mind. I mean, it's kind of like it's a creepy looking one because also just the main thing I love the shirt, but also just kind of makes you think like, you know, just so basically it's a John Wick inspired one. Trying to see if I can find like a good picture of it. I've been Oh, that's a cool one too. Okay, so there's a variant of it here. There's another one right here. So there's this one right here. They actually did of Stitch. I kind of want it. It basically has like all of the Disney villains like pointing their weapons at him. It looks like I think they even actually got like, you know, Winnie from Hocus Pocus right there. Okay, I want this shirt too. It's like Shere Khan, Hades, Queen of Hearts, Scar, Jafar, whatever. I'm pretty sure that's Clayton. Okay, that's wild. I want that shirt. Okay, that's a cool shirt. That's not the one I was talking about. They got like a Courage one too. Can't really see it that well here, but it basically has like all these different horror icons like pointing their weapons at him. So it's got like Candyman, Ghostface, Jason, Michael. Even they got like my boy Blade from Puppet Master. But one of the ones that actually like this really kind of stands out. I mean, they got like Pennywise with the sailboat there too. Killer Clowns from Outer Space. They got like some more obscure ones here too, but there was like one, yeah, right there, very vaguely on the corner. You can see like, you know, Gabe with the scalpel. So yeah, those like definitely want both those shirts or whatever. But like, the Courage one kind of like unsettles me a little bit. I'm just thinking, I was like, no, don't be pointing like, you know, knives and everything at my boy here. I mean, Stitch is different. I mean, yeah, like, you know, you got all those Disney villains or whatever, like, you know, pointing this stuff at him. That's not even gonna be enough. Because I didn't. I mean, I need to look back through and see. Because I swear, if I look at that and they got Frollo on there, and he's not like pointing like Esmeralda's scarf at him. I mean, because let's be real, I've had this headcanon for the longest time. I don't know if I've told anyone about it before, but you know that Chernabog, who low-key is probably like my favorite Disney villain. I know like Chernabog was only on screen for like a short amount of time in Fantasia, but he made his presence known without a single word. I've got this whole headcanon that when Chernabog did what he did, that was kind of like a Pandora's box style thing he was doing, where he was like sending out all this like, you know, evil into the Disney universe. And what the? Guys, what the hell is that? Okay, that's something that definitely went over my head. Because I mean, what business SpongeBob seen? I've never heard it. Okay, I know Amber at least will know what that one is. But I just turned around, I was like, what the fuck? I saw like peeking around at me. I was like, it made me think of the sun. It made me think of the sun for Super Mario Brothers 3. And I probably just opened up like a whole bunch of nightmare, you know, fuel right there for those who remember that. God, that sun was a dick. But yeah, I had this whole headcanon that Chernabog actually opened up like some kind of form of the 7 deadly sins. And obviously there's like, you know, a lot of different Disney villains that can personify different sins. But straight up, no doubt about it, Frollo, lust. Frollo, without a doubt, was definitely like the original simp in my view. So, yeah, Judge Frollo definitely was lust. There's like definitely different ones you can say for gluttony, like Scar. Obviously would be a good one for gluttony and everything. Though also like a lot of things for Scar could be considered envy. If I want to say one for gluttony, probably be Monstro from Pinocchio. Pride, Gaston, no doubt. I think one that actually probably would be a good one for envy will probably be Maleficent. No, maybe Wrath. But there's so many that can actually personify envy because there's so many different Disney characters that basically was about jealousy in some way or another. Maleficent, Ursula. Let's see if we're gonna go with yeah. So let me see who's another one. Because like Wrath or whatever probably a good Maleficent. Yeah, Wrath would be probably good for Maleficent. Yeah, Wrath for Maleficent. I mean, Hades, like, he'd be a good envy also. But yeah, Wrath for Maleficent. Gluttony for Monstro. I mean, Oogie Boogie would be a good one for Gluttony, too, when you think about it. If I was going to say Sloth. Good one for Sloth. What would be a good one for Sloth? Trying to think about someone who basically had someone else go out and do the work for him. I mean, technically that could be Oogie as well, because, you know, he had like Lock, Shock, and Barrel go out and kidnap the Santa Claus for him. Let me see. All right, because now I've got myself like trying to remember like my headcanon for this. So yeah, well, the Queen of Hearts could be a good Wrath also, because God knows she was trying to behead everyone. So for Wrath, we'll just say Maleficent. Greed. Yeah, Greed was a good one I was thinking about also. Clayton. I think, like, Clayton might actually be a good Greed. Just because, you know, he basically wanted to, oh, no. Cruella de Vil. I think Cruella will be a good Greed. Just because, like, the length she was willing to go to just to, like, you know, basically get, like, a fur coat. Yeah, I think Cruella de Vil would definitely be Greed. So, yeah. Wrath is Maleficent. Cruella de Vil is Greed. Frollo is, Lust. We could probably put Scar as Envy. Sloth, that's a tough one still. Pride, Gaston. So if we had to like do one for Sloth, who would that be? I'm trying to think of a character who's lazy. You know, my stupid self, why am I saying like Pride should be Envy? No, the freaking queen from Snow White. Yeah, no, no. She, like, you know, should be the ones that, like, hers is Envy, no doubt. I mean, again, the Envy's, like, probably a really hard one to place because so many of, like, you know, the characters, like, you know, are based around, like, you know, being jealous of someone and wanting to kill them or whatever, but... I mean, the queen could be seen as, like, Pride as well, but... No, Gaston was, I think, more full of himself than she was. It's just hard to really think of a sloth. That's the only problem. Yeah, I don't think I got inside there because I was over here, like, again, like, rambling. I think that's like one of the like hardest like things I've kind of tried to come up with, like, you know, for like, you know, this whole like the headcanon for that. Which one would be a good, like, you know, sloth? Just could do it. I use a step ladder for this. I mean, in a way, Scar could be considered sloth because he had the hyenas going out trying to do all the work for him. But I don't really think that fits him as much. And really, when you think about it, like another good one for greed. You know, outside Corella, I mean, Jafar definitely personifies it. Like, leans he was willing to go to. Jafar's like a solid greed. That's the thing about it, like, with all these different villains, there's so many of them that like could be, you know, personify different sins. So they're saying like lettuce here still, but which one was Ratcliffe again? Was from that? I can't remember if he was from the Great Mouse Detective or Rescuers Down on Pocahontas. Right, Pocahontas. That's right. I don't know why when you said Ratcliffe, I felt bad about that. Yeah, Ratcliffe. I've only seen Pocahontas like a couple times. But yeah, you're dead on with that one, now that I think about it. Alright, we're almost done with this one again. Yeah, I mean, I just thought rat. I heard rat in there, that's why I went with it. Because I also haven't, like, seen The Great Mouse Detective or any of that in a long, long time. If I actually... So far back, I can't remember if I've actually seen it. But I guess that's, like, just the whole thing about, like, these, like, Disney villains. Like, so many of them could, like, it could fit, like, so many different, things. Probably the headlights. The headlights always get me. Number plate. Maybe the back bumper. Or the back... So what's missing? I just want the pickles. We're still doing pretty good on time for the most part. Especially if we got only one more job. What is the brake light? So this should hopefully give us like... Wow. Okay. Flat... I literally was just looking at it. Alright. Engine is... Alright, so the spatula, really? That shouldn't even count. It's not even part of the... Windscreen. All right, engine distributor holders. Got it. All right, next job. That took longer than it should have. All right. Jumping jellyfish. That's the paddy wagon, all right. By the way, did Sandy tell you that she's cracked the case? We're calling in Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy, the only ones who can stop the grubby fiend. Wait a minute. See, I kind of knew when he said those names. I was just curious. Amber's gonna be happy about this because she was just talking about what she was in the chat earlier. She was actually talking about, like, you know, she was hoping for the invisible boatmobile, and we actually got it. All right, before we actually do this, Rogues, I'll be right back, take one more break, and then I'm gonna come back and we'll hopefully be able to wrap this up. Just a minute, and I'll be right back. All right, so we're actually doing the invisible boatmobile. All right, now I know how to voice this guy, so I'm gonna say, "There's evil afoot, evil, evil, but it's no foot, amigo. It's a bubble, a dirty, dirty bubble. And he's been painting the whole town brown. We drive him to the jellyfish fields, jellyfield fishes. No, wait, the jellyfish fields, but he cornered us, and I don't think a round thing could do that. Finally, he sucked us in with his awesome surface tension. We managed to pry our way out with Barnacle Boy's rough, rock-eating tongue, but the invisible boatmobile is a wreck. It's covered in every type of gunk you'll find at All You Can Eat, if you were a clam. Barnacle Boy says you have some kind of squirter that you pressure into working for you. I respect that. Okay, I want to see how this is going to work, because at least I know this thing is supposed to be invisible, like Wonder Woman's jet or something. Okay, I like how colorful this is. Sandy Chinks was right. We gave chase to the dirty bubble hightailing it away from the paddy wagon with a big filthy grin on its face. I wonder if that thing I shot before. As if he could have any other kind of grin. I didn't believe in this shit. This is hilarious. This is great. Don't you worry, kiddo. We're going to wipe that big dirty grin clean off that dirty bubble. But see, here's what's wild about it. So from this angle, you can't really see it, but then you go, okay, this is crazy. Just as soon as we wipe down our shoes, the mud's deep here, and I don't like it one bit. Okay, this is kind of trippy. At least it's a quick job. We spotted him. Bobbing evilly north. I ain't got no compass. I ain't got no compass down here. Which way you talking about? Wait a minute. Do you realize what's north of here? No. I don't think we got a North Star down here. I don't. I have no sense of direction. Well, I don't have a compass. Barnacle Boy says that due north is the Goo Lagoon. I don't see the Goo Lagoon.
But I don't care what's do what. The dirty bubble makes it that far. We can all kiss goodbye to at least 7 colors of the rainbow. Well, these jellyfish are really testing our supply of antihistamines. The mermaid man already has a rash from being inside the dirty bubble. We're having to apply a real pharmaceutical matrix out here. It's just still wild, the fact that it actually doesn't, like, show it, like, you know... You can't, like, see through it, so you do like that, but then you look down there. That's pretty cool how they did that. It's pretty trippy. The problem is like, it's making it, like, trickier to see, like, which angle to actually hit the dirt from. You can't, like, see what's in the way of it. Like how this is hilarious. The thing is, the only problem is also this doesn't work. See, if I do it up here, I can't see it. But then go down here, I can see it. Never heard no solid transparency, but here we are. But I do like how they actually put, like, the skid marks there. Or, like, the tire marks, or at least so you kind of, like, know where it is. Like, realistically, this shouldn't be that hard of a job, where, but now it's I'm not seeing what I'm looking at, or seeing, like, what I'm spraying. You have to go, like, certain angles just to be able to kind of see in there. There we go. Alright, let's see if I can get around here. Okay, that's just grass. Now this is become a pain in the ass trying to find. Oh my god. Where's it at? Where is the See, I'm seeing, like, this little smudge right here. Guess I'm what the fuck? I guess I hit it. I don't know if I actually would say this is, like, the best job so far just because of the hilarity of it or what, but... Kind of gotten frustrated now because I'm trying to, like, see, like, what other little... Because, again, you can't, like, you know, see, like, the, It's solid, you know, I mean, it's see-through, yet you can't see through it. If that makes any sense. And the bad thing is, I can, like... I just hit that by accident. Alright, bow ornament. Okay, yeah, well. The joke here is that I can't actually see what I tell... Alright. Alright, bow ornament. Alright, that's good. So the trick to it is basically you gotta, like, kind of spray just to kind of get, like, doors. Okay, well, it shouldn't be that hard to find the doors. Right inside of it. This is ridiculous. All right, and door hand. Okay, now they just. Or the handles will be inside, right? Or maybe. All right, just spray it down. Oh, darn it. Just say screw it, just spray it down, just hope I hit it. I hope that I hit the thing. Okay, that's the steering wheel. Oh, okay, this is... I don't know how I feel about this. It was funny at first, but now it's... I can't see the door. This sucks. Alright, so let's look at it like this. Alright, so we got that. That's the steering wheel, right? It's just the whole factor of like trying to find the door, like the handle. I ain't seen like the handle pop up. Okay, so again, we got... Let me get back outside. I'm not even seeing the door handle pop up on anything is the problem. Okay, thankfully I saw it right there at the last second. Okay, yeah, I'm getting on out of here. This is like... It literally just like I just vacuumed up a boat or something. By the sleeve of Neptune, you've done it. The invisible boatmobile looks fantastic, I assume. It's so good to not see it again. Now get a load of this news. It'll blow your fins off. We finally I just noticed that. They gave me another job. So it's like 6 jobs this one, surprisingly. We finally apprehended the dirty bubble. Caught him in the act. The act of evil. Open mouthed he was, and inches away from Goo Lagoon, can you imagine? I can. I have no visual imagination, but when you get inside the mind of a criminal, you don't need it. You can guess their every move, and we got inside more than his mind. We got inside his very being. We're headed to the Mermaid Lair now, where he can be safely incarcerated. To the Mermaid Lair. Barnacle boy. Oh, shoot. Welcome, friend. Welcome to the elusive prison of Fingor. No, wait, I mean the Mermaid Lair. I live here, don't I? And guess what? That dirty, dirty bubble has struck again, this time within our very walls. Don't ask me how, but he escaped. Ran around, dirtied up the place before quick as night, sneaking back into his impregnable hold, from which escape is impossible. And look what he's done to this place. He's made the whole 9 yards look like his festering nest of negligence. And for what? Revenge? I'd like to see him try. Do something, kid, before we descend to the pit of self-loathing, and crime in Bikini Bottom spirals out of control. And don't forget those nooks and crannies. Crime flourishes where angelfish dare to dredge. Yeah, I know about those nooks and crannies. Let's hope it's not that big. Well, I mean, I don't think it's going to be too bad. It's all like a bunch of like, smaller spots.
This doesn't like the work of the dirty bubble to me. Looks more like years of persistent dirt and inefficient cleaning techniques. I swear, they're forcing me to clean their place, you know, and they're trying to trick me here. I feel like I just got conned into another job. At least, I mean, well, technically they're paying me for it, but... I really don't think this is going to be too bad. Electrical device body. Yeah. I mean, I guess not entirely free. I mean, they are paying me. But I mean, it frees them of labor, but just it frees them of labor. And it frees them a little bit of, like, you know, more weight from their pockets. Yeah, well, they ain't let this be the last job. Okay. Well, I'm kind of starting to feel a little bit tired. But the good thing is that at least, you know, this should be hopefully the last job. I can't see them, like, you know, going, like... You know, because that's the thing. We've done... This will be, I think, job number 6. And so Decon Street. Krusty Krab. Let me see. What all did we do? Just trying to remember. Yeah, we've done, like, all these so far. Decon Street, Bikini Bottom Bus, Krusty Krab, Paddy Wagon, Invisible Boatmobile. So I can't see them going too far past, like, you know, because normally it's, like, 5 jobs. I can't see them going too far past that. I mean, I'll keep going, like, you know, as long as I got to or whatever. I mean, if I have to, you know, for... Alright, so yeah, it really shouldn't take us a huge amount of time to get through all this. Just... Go and clean this while we're at it. Alright. And the poster. I figure I can get that out of the way, so that's gonna be a quick one. I'm just really excited, like, to finally, I mean, it's gonna be a little bit bittersweet. If I can finish up the Midgar pack next week, that's gonna be the conclude. That's gonna be me finally, basically being done with Powerwash Simulator after starting this a while ago. Between like, you know, times I put it aside like to do like, you know, Arcade Paradise, and times like, you know, I just kind of like, you know, missed like a week of playing it or whatever and took time off, whatever. I mean, I've been on this one for, I want to say, I think a couple years now. So it's definitely been like one of my longest series I've done this channel in regards like, hasn't like, in regards like, you know, aside from episode count, it's like episode 34. Like, just like the amount of time it's been taking me to get through it. I mean, the longest running series we got on the channel is Phasmo. But yeah, Sledge Vice taking a little bit of extra elbow grease. Okay, get up here. So, let me hit these angles just a little bit better. All right, let me go ahead and like get the long extension out. Yeah, hopefully with the Midgar one, I'll be able to use my Trident again. I don't know why, like, you know, they were you cutting this time again. You know, it's not the worst thing. I've still been kind of getting through the DLC. I kind of feel like if I did that or whatever, it definitely would have like made this like much quicker to get through. Probably could, like, realistically could probably complete it all like in about probably maybe 2 hours, give or take. Oh, it's just some of these angles are a pain. All right, let me go ahead and like, you know, finish up the body of the electrical device. Darn it. All right, just keep at it. Just a little bit more. This electrical device kind of sucks, though. Took me forever to clean it. There. Okay, finally. As clean as electric boogaloos. Okay. So that's the main issue with this here is like, you know, trying to find the right angles to hit this from. Thankfully, it seems like they're a little bit lenient where you don't have to clean up a whole lot to... Yeah, this one... Alright, this definitely was one of the trickier parts of this just because, like, all the weird, you know, angles and everything. But it looks like... Alright. So hopefully the rest of it won't be as... I don't think the rest of it was going to be as bad to clean up. Whoa. Hand of Justice? Alright. We'll work our way in. Orb of Confusion. Now, there's definitely a lot of things here I'm not going to... definitely something I missed there. But again, I don't really know. Again, definitely need to get, actually watch through SpongeBob or watch some stuff for it. But at least I know it's going to be like a rabbit hole I'll be like really excited to kind of go down. It's going to be like a really fun one. Also, guys, be right back. Sorry about that, guys. I heard something outside. I was just checking, whatever. But might have just been like the in-game noise, in-game sound effects. Plus, me being a little bit tired. Still, I mean, tonight's been like a great stream. Just a lot of like random talks about different stuff. 90s cartoons, 90s toys, comic books, horror, stuff like that. Super acquaintances. Okay, I like how they actually, yeah, they actually have like, they label each one. I best made to kind of hit it from an angle like this. Sucks having to like clean every single solitary thing, but I clean behind it. There's just so much stuff on this wall. And then this ain't really gonna do too. Yeah, it's not. Jesus. So this one might be a bit of a problem. Okay. There's too many things here to clean. So I'm not gonna make like climb this thing. Wait a minute, hold on. Okay, I don't think this is actually the intended way to do this, but
Alright, at least we got most of the gadgets cleaned. Alright, let's see the balls of steel. Cosmic Ray. Definitely looks like it's in the Earthworm Gym base. And again, several of these things like you see them in Earthworm Gym. These are like those straight out of the Tasmanian Tiger. Our Ultra Grinder. Okay, that should be fine. I mean, I always come back to it. Oof, there we go. Yeah, it's like things we're just mainly like getting on the the small stuff at the moment. Once I start getting to the bigger things, that percentage is gonna shoot up. They're not letting me grab the. That's weird. Well, let me get this. Whatever. Alright. Ooh, yeah, we still got a ways to go, but there's made progress so far. Trying to see if those do anything. No, still annoying. Alright, let's work on the pillars first. I'm kind of like starting to slow down a little bit right here or whatever. At least, basically, because like I said, I'm feeling a little bit tired, but also just like this is a spot right here where I don't really understand nearly as much as I did the other spaces. Because I know what Krusty Krab is, and the chum bucket and all that. There's like a lot of stuff there I kind of understood more than this or whatever. So the Mermaid Man stuff is definitely kind of lost on me. Here's why I definitely need to like kind of sit down and really watch the series. Or watch SpongeBob. Because I know, again, I've got like quite a few years of content or whatever. Like, stuff to watch there. And my take on it is, I mean, if I can like get almost caught up on One Piece, where I'm like, basically, the majority of the way through Wano. Finally, yeah, I mean, should be able to handle SpongeBob, maybe. Alright, thankfully the pillars ain't taking that long. I see how the like these things right here count towards the pillar, so count towards the pillar, so yeah, so there's that one. Probably like, you know, clean. There's gonna be like spots. Yeah, that's what I thought. Hey, these pillars ain't that bad. We're about to get like, you know, up to our next lore bit. I feel like things are gonna start like kind of speeding along a little bit once I kind of like got to things that are, you know, don't have like as many like, you know, angles and everything. I can just kind of like just go in and spray them down much easier. I haven't really had to work through a bunch of other stuff. That's what's gonna be great about Powerwash Sim 2. When I go through it with people, and I'm hoping that the story mode is gonna be like 4 players. You know, each of us getting like be focusing on one thing, like different things. Get their jobs a lot quicker. Precautions of the International Justice League of Super Acquaintances. Who would you be, SpongeBob? I'd be the elastic waistband. With those stretching powers, I could change the channel without finding the remote. Yeah, really thinking about like everyone's problems there, Patrick. You're definitely benefiting the masses there. All right, let's see. Yeah, of course now it's not trying to catch me a little bit. There it goes. Okay, we go with the pillar now. We still got one more to do, but darn, that thing still. Thankfully, I'm kind of like looking at what I can get. Going to go with the extra long. Just go ahead and. There it is. All right. Get the other pillar. Yeah, we got like 4 total. Of course, realistically, if we like, you know, yeah. Make sure like I kind of like get each side of it right there. All right. All right. So yeah, like pillars ain't that bad at all. I was be glad when this is done. Very least, as far as like my next stream is concerned, we're gonna be wrapping up Doom: The Dark Ages, and that shouldn't take me too long of a stream since we're on the last couple missions. Yeah, over 4 hours or whatever. So I'm hoping we won't be at 5 hours when we finish this. I'm hoping at least 4 hours. And I don't know if I'll be able to finish this in 4 hours and within 4 hours 30 minutes, but we're 4 hours and 12 minutes so far. Trying to get there. Yeah, get the pillar side over here. I feel like we got through some of the worst stuff like that and that. That's got like it's gonna have a lot of buttons on it. The tank shouldn't be too much of a problem. Yeah, so. And we're just going to just kind of do this right here. All right, just a little bit more. That'll be 2 pillars out of the way. And it really feels like this could end up being like the longest job out of them, but I'm also like trying to take this a little more seriously now. Try and get through it. Okay, there we go. Got that. Do we get... Let's see. All right, that's good. Yeah. All right, now we just gotta like, you know, finish. It's all the way up there. There we go. All right. So that's 2 pillars. Before we get to the other ones, let's go ahead and like work on some of this other stuff. Get a bunch of these ground things out of the way. All right, chemistry lab chair. Get this cleaned up. This chair does not want to get cleaned up. Good grief. There we go. All right, so let's go ahead and get like this table taken care of. Patch identity card.
Hey guys, I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. Alright guys. So with any luck, that'll be the last BRB of the night. I think I said that before, but for real this time, hopefully. So the only thing about this is that it feels like some of this muck is definitely like, harder to clean up than the others. But again, all of it, I mean, I think it's like they intentionally put me in here with with a less powerful washer. Just labeled as like a different name one. Yeah, this should probably be a 30%. Alright. Next time, I mean, they're actually trying to pull one over me, like trying to get me to clean up their mess. Or next time they clean their own mess. We already got, alright, we already got the conical flask. Alright, let's see, where else is this? Alright, so get over here and that'll finish this one up. Alright. Alright. Is this thing about done? Yeah. Looks like this table's done. Alright, go ahead and get the wall alarm pipe. Wall alarm. I must be happy to get to the halfway point on it.
Let me jump over to it. There. Well, that worked out well. Someone get on the lamp. Oh yeah, that's loads better. All right. All right. Wall alarm's not even finished yet. Well, that explains why. There we go. All right. Take care of the table real quick. Fortunately, these chairs are getting in the way. At least this thing's coming clean really quickly compared to some of the other stuff. Like I said, all right. So yeah, this counts as all part of the table. It's all one piece. Okay, noted. All right, let's get the chairs. I'm gonna hate having to clean every single one of these chairs, but it must be done. All right. Hmm? Oh Lord, I hate when they do this. When there's that one little... Really? That's gonna make me like hate cleanings even more. I go all the way around, see if I can... There. All right. Several more to go. Thankfully, I already got a jump start on some of them. Just now that I at least... I feel like I'm running a little bit sluggishly right here because I'm, starting to get tired, but. Right up under here. It's always, yeah, it's always around there where they get me. Alright. How many more we got to go? Alright, 3. Let's go ahead and, hit 2 of them at the same time here from the front. Where's it at? All right. There's always like one part of each of them. Like I feel like I almost got it clean and something like stops me. There it is. Jeez. Ear was itching. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah. All right. At least we're almost at 40%. I just hate that I'm definitely missing like a lot of references here, like, because I don't really know too much about Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy. But again, this TLC definitely has me more interested in watching the series now. They're going through and properly, watching more SpongeBob than a few episodes I have. Okay, one more of these annoying chairs to go. Yeah, definitely. Aside from like having to clean it. I think I'll still prefer my secret labs chair though, but. Okay, at least that one cleaned a lot quicker. Alright, so I got all the chairs clean. I feel like that right there is definitely going to take like a lot of the time right there. It's pretty neat. Alright, we'll work on that in just a second. Now, since we're like, talking about like, Nickelodeon stuff earlier, I kind of would like to see like them doing it would be cool to, there's one thing I didn't think about. We're talking about All Real Monsters and other stuff they could do like for Nickelodeon DLC. I want to see Invader Zim. Totally want to see Invader Zim. I didn't even think about that. Alright. I mean, I would totally be on board for it just for Gur alone. I've got a Gur pop figure. Him's like covered in pizza. Like, I don't remember where it was on the wall. Yeah, it's over there next to my Itchy and Scratchy, my Itchy and Scratchy figures. Which are like the only Simpsons figures I have. Which Super Queens would I be? Super good question, Patrick. I'd be the Quickster, able to travel fast distances at the speed of light. Or the Quickster. Wait, would I still get tired? If I ran to rock bottom in another second, would I then collapse of exhaustion? That ain't how it works. So if it's like the Flash, where you only have to eat a crap load of Krabby Patties. But yeah, for those who don't know, the Flash or whatever, he has to like consume a massive amount of calories to make up for his Speed Force, or his like do his metabolism. If so, I want that. Saying if so, he's saying if he actually did collapse, he wanted or whatever. He's saying like if he didn't. And I know like the Flash has to eat like a massive amount of like food, like to make up, you know, the calories and everything for, you know, what his metabolism burns through. The reason why in that one episode for like the Justice League cartoon, like from back in the day, they had him eat like with a whole massive plate of hamburgers in that diner. I mean, I'll say that would probably honestly be a bit of a dream for me, considering how much I love food. I mean, on one hand, just to sustain myself, it would suck having to eat that much and everything. You know, constantly, like basically constantly or whatever. But what I mean, this thing, I love food, so just basically, you know, having basically having that ability where I just like to basically be able to eat however much I want and not gain any pounds or whatever would be great. But at the same time, it also is kind of like a double-edged sword. On one hand, you have to eat that much. On the other hand, you've got to eat that much. So it kind of sounds like a dream in a way, but also kind of sounds like a nightmare. And what you figure, like if you're a superhero or whatever, basically you'd have like, you know, the street cred where places would probably be hooking you up with free food anyway. Or at the very least, you know, you might have like some possible income or something. They never really like. I mean, obviously Bruce Wayne, of course, as I explained, you know, he's a millionaire, so that's how he funds everything with Batman. But there's like a lot of heroes out there don't really like explain their funding. Trust me, if I actually, you know, had like the metabolism where I could eat like a whole pizza every single day or whatever, and not like, you know, gain any weight from it. Yeah. And how much I like I said, because I love food, so. You're stupid. There it goes. Alright, let's keep on cleaning around the base. Wait, what's this do? I thought it was a button. I was totally gonna press it.
Yeah, we definitely may be hitting the 5-hour mark for this one, Rogues. But again, I would have got done with it sooner. If I would have been focusing a lot more. But again, we're having some good conversations tonight, you know, and definitely don't mind, like, you know, sending my stream out a bit more, you know, for that. Just hope, like, you know, when I get to the mid, like, get back to the Midgar one, I can't remember if they let me use the trident for that one, but. All right. Yeah, computer stand. All right, yeah. Okay, we're almost halfway done. And at least, like I said, some of the other stuff we're gonna be doing is because a lot of it, you know, again, it's just basically because, you know, they had stuff here is like things over here that were like smaller or whatever, or not really small, but just took like more time consuming. But the rest of stuff, it seems like it's gonna be like much quicker to get through. Okay, that explains it. Kind of feels like with each of the DLC I've been doing in one shot lately or whatever, it's gotten longer and longer. I think with the Back to the Future ones around 3 hours something. The Wallace and Gromit was about 4 hours, and this one is you know, is on the verge of going for 5 hours. Yeah, we're gonna like try to make sure with the Final Fantasy one next week, we don't go like to 6 hours on that. I am hoping I can go ahead and like finish it up in one go, because that, like I said, that'll be like the last. Once I do that, that'll be like, you know, it for my Powerwash Simulator series. Finally. Just this computer stand's like taking time to get clean, but we should be able to get like up to 50 just from the pillars alone. And like just clean this while we're at it. Next been a little stiff too. Jeez. Okay, so what are we missing on this computer stand? Just like it's just like still some residual stuff or whatever. I mean, it's clean looking up to me. It looks clean to me or whatever. So yeah, this is like, you know, basically with this one, it's like, you know, they want me to clean every single little nook. You know, compared to like, you know, the other ones where like they let you get away with a lot of it. And it's also was one of their earlier DLCs, that might be why. Okay, we'll just spray it down like this and see what happens. Hope I hit it.
Not quite. Jeez. It's just this console or whatever, the stand or whatever is just called. Yo. Drawing this out. There's something up here. Something this. Wait a minute. I figured that's what was going on. Yeah, that explains all of it. Alright, just kind of like do this. It's gonna be around over here. Watch. Yep. That'll do it. Let me get this ladder out of the way. Which I kind of needed, but maybe I got kind of put over here and... Got it. Finally. Just leave it like something that simple, like, you know, to draw everything out. At least the comms won't take anywhere near as long. You ain't gonna... Yeah, see, you gotta fool me this time. It's probably on the back of the console, too. Let me get the ladder. I think they're trying to trick me again. Still wasn't quite all of it. It's probably gonna be around the sides. Let's go ahead and, like, you know, clean up all this back here on the computer. Some of these angles and everything, they definitely, like, you know, force me to use the ladder a lot more here. Excuse me. That's what's frustrating about this. They, you know, they force you to, like, you know... Yeah, they kind of like to have you, like, using the ladder at angles where it makes it, like, really hard to kind of see this stuff. You don't really give you too many other options. Alright, let's get on over here from here. Climb back down, climb back up. Cable's being a bit of a pain, too. Alright, that's that at least. Alright. Let's get to the, back to this. And then we'll just kind of clean around it. Get the computer itself cleaned.
This is one of the biggest spots or whatever. So now we just, after this, we gotta just gotta like, you know, clean up everything else. I don't think I can jump over it to it from here. Nope. I could. I mean, it's probably because almost did. That stopped me. Well, okay, I might not be able to jump up there. Alright, we'll just keep doing it like this. Jeez, okay. Well. Definitely missing my trident right now. It's almost over at least. We're now more than halfway done. But we're definitely gonna, this is definitely gonna be a 5-hour stream. See, I couldn't make the jump. I wonder if I can get it closer, maybe make it. Or you know, I can just climb up there, that works too. Alright. I got a button down there I didn't know was there. I thought I already got. Alright. Got some residual stuff up here, but then afterwards I can go back down there and clean the other bit, and we should be about done with this spot. Okay, yeah. We're going to get this, and I have to go back out there, I will. Alright, so computer monitors, the screen's coming clean pretty quick. I was getting a little more of the case knocked off too while I'm at it. And that was a nice little percentage up right there, so we should be about at 60% by the time we're done with this. I mean, not like with the screen, but... I wonder I didn't finish it. Alright.
That explains why there was so much. I cleaned so much up there, and there was still like such a good chunk left. Forgot to get this over here. I'll say it does still kind of suck to an extent. They lock you out using a trident. Like I said, it hasn't been the end of the world for this. But the fact that, you do earn that, like, at the end of, like, the main story here, then they lock you out of using it for some reason. It's... Okay. Screen's clean. I should put us about 60% by the time I'm done with this. Whoa, the wall of superhero gadgetry. Look, SpongeBob, the bubble wand of doom, the tartar gun. There's even the paddle ball of fury. Imagine having the skill set to use that. Otherwise, you're gonna probably put your eye out, kid. Okay, let's go back up top, clean more of the... Jesus. Okay, almost there. Clean right here. Yeah, I mean, up here, like, this, it's almost spotless, so... Alright, there's that. Just seems like it's a bunch of residual. Alright, yeah. Console, the computer console and the... Okay, I know what's gonna happen here. It's gonna definitely be like, some more gunk inside. Alright, well... Yeah. Let's get like, see if I can get around to the other side of it. Hopefully there's like some more over here I missed. I'm going to be done with that. That'll do it. There's like so much just blending in right here. I've totally hated cleaning this computer, but thankfully it's almost done. There's like a bunch up there too. Just trying to get the case here, whatever. Good grief. I hate this thing. Wait a minute. Alright, well, another thing right there. What I wasn't expecting to get. Yeah, it's so massive or whatever, and I'm trying to like get every single bit here. But once we're done with this, it's probably like the worst thing here out of the way. Yeah, I got this. Just, God knows. This thing sucks. I'm about to just... hate this stupid thing. Damn it. Let me up. Oh, come on. Just clean already. Clean. Come on. Finally. Now it's for you. So do the same thing here. I don't care. I'm everything. I'm just like cleaning intensely now. Cleaning intensifies. Alright, finally. Alright. Let's see what this looks like now. Yeah, good for y'all. What the And of course the chair's gotta be the extra one here now. Alright, at least the chair ain't gonna be a problem. I spent way too much time on that part. I just like finished it practically at the 5-hour mark almost. Give or take. Okay, you. Right, now that's done. Alright, so really we've only got 2 pillars, this thing, tanks, and yeah. Outside of anything else, like we got it. Alright. Now clean the hand of justice. As long as nothing else gives me the same kind of problems that monitor did. That thing sucked. Get up here and clean the antenna or whatever it is. Alright. Go and get the machine cleaned. I'm ready to be done with this. You can probably see I'm definitely kind of like, a bit like, more burned out now. After like, 5 hours, yeah. 5 hours plus I did like another stream before that. Which that one wasn't as long. I was just doing like some, some little like side mission stuff or just like filler episode stuff for Chrono Trigger, but still. Okay. I said, they really do like their justice, don't they? Okay. Is that basically it? For that? Okay, yeah. Looks good. Alright. Let's go ahead and get to work on the pillars. Get that over with. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I feel like some of it is not really necessary. Like, there's two things about this that kind of, like, slow things down. I just gotta clean that too, right there. One was that, I was talking a lot instead of, like, really focusing on a thing. But again, it's definitely like something I wanted to do. Actually, just chatting with guys. And we had, like, some really awesome conversations tonight. That's one thing to kind of, like, slow things down some. But also the fact I don't have my trident. I don't have, like, the usual, head, like, the, cleaner head that I use. That thing would, like, sped things up a lot. Like, even with me, being very chatty tonight. Or, like, with basically everyone being chatty. Alright. Can I get a little bit closer in? Alright. What about the long one again? Extra long. Alright, should be able to kind of get away with going on and like going like this. Put that a little bit while I'm at it. Jeez. All right. All right, just a little bit more. I've got one more pillar to do. These things. This I'm going. This thing right here is like easy to do. Okay, and this one should do it. Let's see, pillar side. Oh, come here, would you just clean up already? Okay, this pillar's got jokes. Okay, is that it for this pillar side? Really? Okay, is it done now? Is that one done? Nope. All right, now that one's done. All right, let's go and go get this other pillar wrapped up. I'm done with this. I'm definitely starting to feel like, you know, exhaustion taking its toll. Let's hope I don't go 5.5 hours. I mean, we're at 5 hours and 11 minutes in, so I think I should be able to finish it up before then. Okay, let's go ahead and like there. All right. Let's say this one right here was definitely like, because when I first went, I was like, okay, I'm having a feeling this might be a bit of a long haul, and sure enough. At first, I didn't think it was going to be that bad, but then I was like, yeah. I was kind of able to gauge things a little bit quickly. It's also, it kind of threw a curveball at me, because I just finished, like, you know, two pretty quick, you know, somewhat quick vehicle jobs. Whew. Nearly there, though. Clean this pillar up right here, and then at least everything else, like, shouldn't be that bad. I mean, these things are, like, right down here at me, so... Get this light taken care of. I don't know what it is, but these pillars, like, for some reason, have, you know, been annoying, too. It's like they're easy to clean, but something about them just really irks me. Then, of course, you got that thing right there, whatever. Is it like just... Pillars ain't nowhere near as bad as that, so... I mean, that thing sucked. I mean, it definitely wasn't a gnome fountain, but... For those who know about the gnome fountain episode, you know. That thing was the bane of my existence. Alright. Pillar face, pillar side. There it is. Not quite, but it should be something right about... Oh, not quite. I'm just at least glad that, like, the bad weather, like, held up long, because I'm hearing thunder out there again, but at least I'm glad it's kind of, like, held up longer for me to finish this. There we go. Is this pillar done? Great. There's always been little big details that just vex me, huh? There. And done. Why, you little... Now we're done with that, I think. Alright. So, we just got a few more things to do here, and we are done. Finally. The very least, you know, plus to this is that once I finish this up, I got some leftovers from dinner tonight in there to snack on. I'll watch some anime and try to get me a little bit of rest and a little while, because I gotta hit the gym in the morning, so... Or sometime tomorrow, as long as, like, you know... I don't know, like, when I'm gonna hit the gym tomorrow, but... Either way, I'm gonna, you know... Basically, I got, like, the next episode for, like, Doom the Dark... Like, the final episode for Doom the Dark Ages. I know, also, at some point... Probably gonna work on some more tomorrow as well. I do, like, you know, need to get back to work. I'm trying to, like, you know, get, like, my next highlight montage done for the channel, which is going to be for Dragon's Dogma. Or Dragon's Dogma 2, I mean. So, I need to, like, you know, start putting some time in, like, you know, getting that taken care of. Getting that, like, edited, which I already got, like, some done on it. I've just been kind of taking my time with it. There's, like, over, like, almost 200 clips I'm having to work on. Or work through. I'm just going to just keep playing around. I'll get it. There we go. Alright, so now that's out of the way. Just 2 more things to go as far as I can tell. It's probably going to be some things I still got to go back and mop up. But I swear to that thing's looking at me. Probably be, yeah. So there he is, the sauce of all evil. Or they were actually trying to base this off like clean these in a certain way. The dirty bubble, trapped in the brine of justice. Would have been, that's the reason I wish this actually could, like, sometimes I wish these things would, like, you know, go based on what you're cleaning. Picture if it actually would have been clean it based on, like, clean this first. Whatever it would have, like, went by each one. I mean, I did clean it first. Like, you thought you were salty, but not salty enough, my filthy friend. Like, because they were talking about, like, you know, which member would you want to be, or whatever, so they were talking about this. So it would have been cool if we had done it while I was cleaning this. And then, like, you know, the whole thing about, like, the creature would have been, like, right there. Alright, either way, Rogues, we are about to be finished with this DLC, finally. Assuming this is the last thing, because if they actually throw one more at me, I just kind of thought about it. I hope they don't throw another one at me. I just feel like 7 would be like a really weird number. I'm just hoping it, because this thing got apprehended, so I feel like that should be it. Like, there shouldn't be anything else that, you know, make any messes. Yeah. Yeah, because I definitely am not going to be doing another job tonight. Probably should actually, you know, look at the store to see, like, you know, how many jobs there are, but either way. Yeah, I'm definitely trying. I'm kind of trying to stay awake here, Rogue. Sorry. But either way, there's probably, like, you know, little bits around, like, the. Okay, so what part needs to be cleaned? Okay, I guess they're just, like, talking about, like. If we just keep doing like this, we'll eventually, you know, get, like, last little bits of it. There we go. Cat and magma. Elastic waistband. The quick stir. Misappear. I kind of dig the names though, especially Misappear and the quick stir. Elastic waistband's kind of cool too. I'm guessing, like, basically Cat and Magma is probably, like, maybe they're playing on Firestorm. Elastic waistband's probably like Plastic Man. The quick stir, of course, is the Flash, and Misappears. I think about, you know, characters who disappear. All right. Gotta get through these and clean the tank. There's not gonna be too much I'll be missing. If there is, it's probably something like over there or whatever, but I feel like we've cleaned everything pretty succinctly. Alright, let me fly on top of them. That's what I figured. Go and, like, clean the tops first, so I ain't gotta, like, worry about climbing back up here. And the lid's its own thing. Alright. Let me do a little something here. Oh, yeah. Definitely, like, they made, like, the messes here, like, look unique compared to other places. If I went ahead and tried it, I totally would have, like, blown right through these. All this. My problem is like, it's so tricky to see, like... Hang on, let me move the ladder. Okay. Alright, 2 more to go, and then just that thing right there, and then it'll just be whatever cleanup I gotta do. But again, I've been pretty, thorough with cleaning a lot of stuff up, so it shouldn't be too much, I gotta go back and look through. There's always gonna be something like I have to, like, go back and clean back up, but... Like, I'm gonna have to climb back up there on top of the thing, clean the lids. I was trying to avoid doing that. Not to mention there's the stand too we gotta clean. Oh, darn it. Just three parts for each one. Alright, so just the... There's just like some on this one, but hold up. All right, there we go. Let me see. All right. Okay, now he's got to clean the lids. We're done with this spot. Wow. Hang on. I think I use the ladder for this. I should be able to just hop on up there. And this right here. Done. Now for that. Alright. Listen to your grinning face. Look at you ain't grinning now, are you, punk? Yeah, that's the thing I chased off before. I wonder if there's gonna be like a thing if I saw him in each level or something. He is so... Oh my god. He is so sad, your Pac-Man looking self. Okay, at the very least, this is going by pretty quickly here. Tank itself is going to take a little bit, but as far as the machine, no problem. So what would actually be dark about that is that if he's actually conscious. But he kind of bought it on himself, like, you know, being a jerk. This definitely was like one of the longer jobs I've done, though. Thankfully, we are almost done with this thing finally. All right. All right, now we're starting to make some room, headroom here with just quick dings going off. It's always satisfying when that happens. There's like just so many buttons here where I'm just having to... Alright. This thing. Now I'm actually focusing on it. It's not really like seems like it's taking too long. This one definitely has been a bit of a marathon session. Not just like the stream itself, but this particular mission or job, but... Just a bit more. See if I can kind of like aim this, get this somewhere else. Put it right here. And that'll help me like there we go. Really kind of like get a good angle right there to get the rest of that off that side. Alright. Probably gonna be some residual bits, whatever, around it, but I think I just like should be a bit more on top. Yep. I feared I wasn't gonna be quite enough to get it clean. Now here's the problem with this. This thing's yellow, so it's gonna be, well, it may not be that hard to see it. I'm hoping that the checklist will go and pop up, but I don't think I'm gonna be that lucky. Come on, where's the rest of it? Oh, there you are. Still not quite at the finish cleaning it. Alright. Okay, just a little, there we go. I knew the checkpoint wasn't gonna pop up. Or at least... Alright, so what else we got? Or we're confusing pet... pedestal. It can't be that much I've missed. All right. Oh, come on. Of course I missed the frame. And adjust the machine small. I'm ready to get out of here. Small pulley. Oh, this thing. All right. All right. And adjust this base, machine base. Yeah, I was in such a hurry to get off of here, whatever I got to finish it up. Pillar floor mounts. Of course, it's always the floor mounts. It's gonna be this one. All right. And prison chamber bulbs. And rogues at their 5 hours and 41 minutes. We are... Yeah. We're done. Alright. Job complete. Please tell me there's not the 6th one. That felt like that should have been it. It didn't say new job popped up. Yay, everything's back to normal in Bikini Bottom. Sandy's singing, Plain is plotting, and Mermaid Man's mobilizing. Who knows? When the dirty bubble served his time, maybe he'll become a clean little bubble, waving happily around the place. We can't thank you enough for helping us clean up a little mystery. Without you, we'd still be knee-high in grime and crime. Anyways, gotta dash. We're throwing a surprise party for Squidward to say sorry for all the mess we made. We invited the whole town. Squidward's gonna love it. Goodbye, friend, and thanks again. Okay, that was it, Rogues. Okay, yeah, so we actually completed DLC. So that was the last job. They just added like one more compared to the usual 5 we see. God, that definitely was a bit of a marathon session, but I know a lot of it, like I said, is because for one, we didn't have access to the in-game, nozzle they got like for the main campaign, the Trident thing that I normally use. We didn't have access to that. That's very much like the best one you can get in the game. And aside from that, I think they actually might, like this nozzle might have been a downgrade from the Prime Vista Pro, which is again is like the best washer in the game. And also I did spend like a bit of the stream like kind of like getting sidetracked talking and showing you guys stuff I found, like showing you guys stuff and everything in regards to, like the t-shirts I was saying I wanted, and talk about my when I first started streaming and showing my very first stream setup and all that. So there's definitely like some things that kind of like held me up, but all in the best ways, because again I love trying to talk to my viewers and just hanging out with you guys talking about nerdy stuff, and we definitely got to do that quite a bit tonight. So yeah, I probably could probably finish this in about 4 hours or so. Probably if I would have been focused more on the jobs. But you kind of like you guys saw right there at the Mermaid Lair at the end. Exhaustion started kind of catching up with me, and so I wasn't really as talkative. I was just kind of like just focusing on the task. But either way, this is actually absolutely very fun stream tonight. And even though, like I said, I went into this not really being the biggest fan of SpongeBob SquarePants, I still had like a lot of fun with it. So yeah, it definitely has me interested in going through it, actually trying to watch like the series, but I know that's like gonna be like years and years worth of episodes I'm gonna have to watch through. I know like SpongeBob has been around for like quite a while, but again, with the fact that I have like been binging on One Piece and I'm almost like through Wano now, I've been binging on that like a good bit, and people were telling me I was never getting caught up on One Piece, and I'm getting relatively close. I'm probably about maybe about 100 or 150 episodes away from being caught up. So yeah, with that being said, tonight's stream was still fun, but it's actually almost 3 a.m.
and I definitely need to get me some rest after I like chow down a little bit with like some leftovers from dinner I had tonight. So I'm definitely gonna be eating, and I'm gonna go and try to crash so I can be ready to go to the gym sometime tomorrow because I still got my final episode for doing the Dark Ages until like the DLC comes out. You know, I got that to do. But anyways, if you guys enjoyed the stream, and thank you so much to those who actually maybe stuck. If you stuck around with me during the entire duration of this, you know, you definitely deserve like a round of applause yourself. Because that was like, again, almost 6 hours. But if you guys, you know, be it if you joined in at random intervals, you came in like halfway through, or you were actually here through the whole stream tonight, people appreciate you regardless. If you guys were if you were chatty or you lurk, appreciate you as well. And definitely had a lot of fun. So anyways, if you guys enjoyed the stream, really appreciate if you like, comment, and share. If you aren't subscribed to the channel, we appreciate that also, since we are like, you know, coming up on 1,000 subscribers on here. And with that said, I'm gonna go and call it here. I'm tired. This definitely took me longer than I thought it was going to, but it was definitely worth it, and it was still a lot of fun, even though I, again, not the biggest SpongeBob fan, but it is like a series I've always respected, and definitely do want to kind of get more into actually watching due to the randomness of it and everything. And next Power Wash Simulator stream, we're going to be, you know, jumping into the Final Fantasy Remake DLC, or the Final Fantasy 7 DLC, which I did start one time before, but I'm going to go back in and do it from the very first mission, and I've only done like one mission so far, which is the first one. But I'm going to go back through and like just start that over from the top, which will be next Wednesday. But until then, next stream is going to be for more of Doom the Dark Ages sometime today, where we're going to be wrapping up the main story for that in the last 2 episodes, or 2 missions. Until next stream, love. Thank you guys for coming out and hanging out with me for this one. I'll see you guys in the next one. Thank you for watching.